Talk about pulling up on two wheels. Literally, that's just what I did. I was at a nail appointment. They took too long. So I apologize, guys. I'm going to do my makeup on camera. Like, it's just going to happen. Okay. But I made it. We're here. We in here. We in here. Let me know how y'all are feeling, what you got in your cup. I didn't even have, oh, I did have time. I got myself a little spindrift. And we are going to catch up. The good news about starting late is we get to skip right through lunch. So that is the benefit. Right? Anywho, let us jump into the trial. It looks like there is a police officer on the stand, and I'm gonna get my shit together, but we're doing it. We're doing it, guys. I'm so excited to be back today. Let us catch up with the trial, day 7. Here we go.
Don't look at anything on the internet or read anything about this case.
Boosting the volume.
Is because you can't rely on what you're reading. So.
Ooh. Judge, what happened? What happened, Judge? He was talking to them about reading something online.
Okay, your decision in this case.
Oh, come on. Let's see. Skipping. All right, here we go. Here's the police.
State that the testimony you may give the cause nothing before this court. So the truth, and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall help you God. I do. You please take a seat and witness stand. Adjust the microphone there and state and spell your name.
Kirk Anderson, KIRKANDERSON.
I forgot to mention this to you. The clock on the wall is getting worse. Yesterday it was like 4 minutes off. Now it's about 7 minutes off. So we're not going by that clock. I got a wristwatch. We'll go by the wristwatch. And I have 10 minutes before.
About 5 more.
What?
Only about 5 more.
Father Time is complaining about the time.
It's misleading. So we're going to go by, and I'm sure all your watches synchronize our watches. 10 minutes to 11. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you start by telling the jury who you work for?
I work for Los Angeles Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer for?
A little over 9 years.
Which station were you working at in November of 2021?
Hollywood Police Station.
And on November 8th, 2021 specifically, were you working that day?
Yes.
What was your assignment that day at Hollywood Police Station?
I was working the front desk.
What does that mean when you say working the front desk?
It's a patrol assignment to the desk where people come in and you take reports and help citizens out.
Would that literally mean you're sitting at kind of the front desk in the lobby of the police station?
Correct.
And the people that you're talking about, you take reports from, would those be citizens that walk in off the street to report crimes to you at the desk?
Yes.
On November 8th, 2021, did you interview a man by the name of Terrell Efron?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you came to interview him that day?
He walked into the lobby of the police station.
When he came in, was he alone or was he with anyone else?
He said he was with a lawyer. There was a man in a suit that was with him.
It's not just that he told you he was a lawyer, you also saw
Oh, really?
wearing a suit.
Yes.
Okay.
Really? You went to the cops or the lawyer?
If you could tell the jury broadly, what was it that Mr. Efron was there to report?
He said he was a victim of a shooting and that he was shot by this unknown celebrity by the name A$AP Rocky.
In addition to tell you that the person who had shot him was A$AP Rocky, did he tell you that person's true or legal name?
Yes, he did.
And what was that name that he gave?
Raheem Mayers.
Did Mr. Efron tell you how it was that he knew Mr. Mayers?
He said they'd known each other for about 15 years, and he was part of a group called A$AP Mob.
When you say he told you that, was that Mr. Efron telling you that only Mr. Mayers was part of it, or that both of them were part of that group?
That both of them were part of it.
Before we get to actual shooting that Mr. Efron told you about, did Mr. Efron tell you about anything that happened just prior to the shooting between him and Mr. Mayers?
Efron said that he heard that ASAP Rocky was talking bad about him over the cell phone, and that was the day prior to the shooting.
Did Mr. Efron tell you that he specifically heard the defendant talking bad about him, or that he heard about the defendant talking bad about him?
He heard about the defendant talking about him.
So did he tell you that he heard words coming out of the defendant's mouth?
Objection to the leading, Your Honor. It's foundational. Repeat. Objection to the leading. It's foundational.
I don't recall specifically.
Did you document it in your report?
I did.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to sorry, Your Honor. Almost cat habit. I'm going to distract your attention. Does that refresh your memory to what Mr. Efron told you?
Yes.
And did he tell you that he specifically heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him, or that he heard about Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He stated that he heard Mr. Mears was talking bad about him.
Okay. Did he give you any more information about how it was that he overheard that information?
He did not.
What did Mr. Efron tell you that he did after he heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He sent a text message to a friend that he said ASAP Rocky was being fake.
And did Mr. Efron tell you that that friend was a mutual friend of theirs, or just his own personal friend?
I believe it was a mutual friend.
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you where this encounter or incident first took place?
Yes, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard.
Are you at all familiar with 6200 Hollywood Boulevard?
I've driven by there to major intersection area.
Is 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, is that a very large building in Hollywood?
Yes,
Takes up almost an entire city block, correct?
correct.
Did Mr. Efron narrow down for you where at that building their initial encounter took place?
They said it was at the driveway.
Any more detail about what the driveway either led into?
I believe it was a parking garage.
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you when that meeting at the parking lot took place in reference to when the phone call was that he overheard where Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him?
Yes, the following day on November 6th at 10 p.m. was when they met in the driveway.
So, if I understand what you're saying correctly, Mr. Efron said he overheard this phone call, then the very next day is when the driveway incident took place?
Yes,
All right. Did he give you any specific date, day, or time when that meeting at the parking lot took place?
yes, 10 p.m.
Do you remember the date?
November 6th.
And do you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't.
Would you have documented it in your report?
I don't believe the specific day is.
Okay. But November 6th of 2021?
Yes.
What did Mr. Efron tell you when he occurred, when he first got to that parking garage?
So when he got there, he saw ASAP Rocky, and he saw two mutual friends of his and ASAP Rocky. One he said his name was ASAP Ills, and the other one I believe goes by the name of 12B.
Did he tell you that those two men, Ills and 12E, were with Mr. Mayers?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the next thing that he told you happened?
He said from about 5 to 10 feet away, ASAP Rocky pulled out a black handgun from his waistband and told him, "What's up now, pussy?"
Okay. What did he tell you happened immediately after that?
He then pointed the handgun at Efron and said, "I will kill you right now," approximately 2 to 3 times.
And then what did he tell you happened after that?
ASAP Ills and 12B tried to intervene and de-escalate the situation, and they all walked over together to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
Did he tell you who, if anyone, was the first person to walk away?
They were in front of him when they were walking to that location.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ills, and 12B.
All right. And what did Mr. Efron tell you he did after that first altercation at the parking garage?
Once they got to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar, he said ASAP Rocky turned around and fired approximately 3 to 4 shots at Efron.
Okay. Before we get there, I want to go back to the parking garage really quickly. Did Mr. Efron tell you at any point that the defendant specifically pointed the handgun at him?
Yes.
He told you, or yes, that he did? What did he tell you with regard to that?
After he said, "What's up, pussy," he pointed the handgun and he stated, "I will kill you right now," at Efron.
Okay. That was when you, okay, thank you.
So this is interesting, guys. I believe we're going to get a lot of people that are outside of the scope as far as who went to the scene. And I apologize, guys. I was late as hell. That is why I'm doing my makeup. It's not a makeup channel. It's just I was late. So I'm catching up. I might actually run out and change. Like, that's how late I have been. But what we are doing right now, this is the responding police officer where Relli went into the police station to file a report. This is the person that took his account of the story, and that's what we're looking at right now. So in case you're jumping in late like me, that is what we are looking at. So why don't we go back on in and see what this officer, this is Officer Kirk Anderson on the stand. Let me move our caption over here so y'all can see, and let's jump back on in.
Where again did he tell you that the rounds were fired?
At the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
And how many shots did he tell you he believed were fired?
Approximately 3 to 4.
Did he tell you whether he was struck by any of the gunfire?
Yes, he said he was struck in his left hand knuckles area.
When he walked into the police station, you had a chance to observe him, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Could you see any injury to his left hand knuckle area?
I did see an injury to his hand knuckles.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I previously marked as equals 17. You recognize it, see there?
Yes,
And does that appear consistent with the injuries that you saw to Mr. Efron?
it does.
Right? And you said that was to which of his hands?
His left hand.
Okay. After the gunshots were fired, what did Mr. Efron tell you happened next?
He said he ran off one direction and ASAP Rocky and others ran off another direction.
Where did Mr. Efron tell you that he went?
Eventually he made his way back to his hotel, the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
Okay. What, if anything, did he tell you did after you got to his hotel?
After he got to the hotel, he said approximately an hour later he came back to the scene of Selma and Vista Del Mar, and he said he collected 2 casings off the ground.
That's my question.
Did he tell you at all about?
That really is my question. Okay, so this guy comes into the police station like, hey, somebody shot at me, right? And here are the shell casings. It's so weird. Like, who just comes into a police station like that? Here's Rocky's shells. Who does that? It's crazy. Did you guys have questions for him? Like, how did you recover these shells? Is this evidence tainted? Did anybody question Relli when he went to the police station, especially this guy? So this is going to be interesting testimony. It really is. Because that's like my first question. Somebody just walks in off the street with a Dunkin' Donuts bag full of bullets or shell casings. Are you going to ask him questions about it, or are we just going to take him for his word?
Documenting where he observed those two cartridge casings?
Yeah, he provided a photo of the casings on the street.
Did he actually show you a photo?
Yes.
Okay. You said Mr. Ephraim told you this happened on November 6th, but he was reporting it to you on November 8th, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask him specifically why he waited to the 2 days to report this to you?
He said he wanted to have a lawyer with him.
Okay. Did you ask what state he was living in at the time you were talking to him?
I don't recall.
Direct you to the top cover page of your report if that assists you in refreshing your recollection.
Yes.
What state did he say he was living?
New York.
And did you ask him specifically why he was in Los Angeles at the time?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said that Mr. Efron,
I don't recall. So you have an out-of-state person comes in to report a crime. Did you ask him why he was in LA? I don't recall. What the hell? Oh my God. Already we're starting off with some shakiness from the state. This is not strong testimony.
at the time he walked into the police station on November 8th, he had two fired cartridge cases, correct?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe that in more detail for the jury?
There's two steel casings. It said 9mm Luger on each of them.
How did he have it?
It was in a black plastic bag.
Okay. And did he physically give them to you?
He gave me the plastic bag and I took them out of the plastic bag.
What did you do with them after you received them?
It was booked as evidence, so I put them inside of an evidence envelope, and then I sealed it and wrote the information on the envelope.
When you say you booked it as evidence, what is that? Can you just describe for the what exactly that means?
So it gets sealed up. I write my name on the envelope. I write the contents inside of the envelope. Then it gets assigned a DR number, which is specific to this case. And then it goes inside of for that Hollywood police station, it goes inside of a closet where we store all the evidence.
Did you seal it before you stored it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit, Your Honor, 32. If it can just be labeled as envelope and its contents.
Yes.
And I'm gonna write 32 on the front and the bottom right-hand corner on this envelope. I'm gonna show you first the envelope and ask if you recognize what we see here.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the envelope for where I seal the casings. That's the information I wrote on it.
Okay, and this would actually be the envelope you filled out that night, correct?
Correct.
It has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
And your badge or serial number?
Yes.
Okay. You said the date is on there, correct?
Correct.
And a description of the contents, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned this number at the top right that's labeled DR number.
Yes.
Is that number that we see there 2106-18784?
It is.
Is that number unique within LAPD to this case specifically?
Yes, specifically just this case.
So there will be no other case in LAPD that also utilizes that?
Correct.
All right. Now, in addition to that number, the DR number that's unique to this case, do you also assign a separate number to the items that you are receiving? Like an item number?
I don't understand.
Sure. When you book something into evidence, let's take more generally. In any case, would you agree with me that you or other people working on the case may, over the course of the case, book multiple items under one case number or DR number, correct?
Correct.
So let's say on the first day you collect one item and you book it, and on the second day you collect another item and you book that second item. Would the first item that you collect be booked as item number 1 under that DR number?
Yes, it would.
And then on the next day when you collect another item, would that be booked as item number 2 under this same DR number?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that in this case, what number did you assign to the casings that Mr. Efron provided to you?
Item number 1.
So both casings would be item number 1, correct?
Yes.
Now, once you go through that whole process that you talked about, receiving the item, packaging it, putting it in the envelope, sealing it, where does it go?
It goes in our evidence closet, and then the next day the evidence employee takes it and puts it in the evidence room.
Does it go to something within LAPD called the property division?
Yes.
And is it held there until it's needed at any time in the future?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to open the envelope, if you would.
Let's see if they use gloves.
Do you have a knife or any way to open it? Underneath.
I just might let us pull it up open.
Use a knife. I wanna do it cleanly.
Also, congratulations, Cam. We have a newly minted attorney in the midst. That like button for me on the way in.
I'm gonna take out, would you agree with me that inside of the larger envelope, there's a smaller envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And it has a number 1 on it, correct?
Correct.
And it has the same unique DR number on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can I borrow the knife one more time?
Nobody is wearing gloves. Is it going on the projector?
Officer Anderson, I'll put them on the elbow here.
Projector time.
One. Zoom in. Now, these appear similar to the cartridge cases that you received that night.
Yes, they do.
Do you specifically remember exactly the cartridge cases that were given to you?
Yes,
You do, and are these those same exact cartridge cases?
they are.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's called a head stamp on a cartridge case?
I'm not.
You're not. Are you familiar with kind of the words that are written on the back of the cartridge case?
Yes.
And in this case, what caliber of ammunition would these cartridge cases be?
9mm.
9mm Luger?
Yes.
So these are the same cartridge casings that Mr. Efron brought to you that you packaged up and booked into property division, correct?
Correct.
I got nothing else, John. I'm gonna, just for the record, I'm gonna put them back in the smaller envelope, and then I'm gonna put the
That's it.
smaller envelope back into the larger.
Who wants to, question officer next? All right. See, go ahead.
This is the attorney that works with Tacopina. We're now moving to Ross.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
We've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, when you're interviewing someone making a complaint, you want to make sure your report is as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because you understand that the report may be relied upon in the future at hearings or a trial like this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on November 8th, 2021, you said you were working at the front desk at the Hollywood Police Station.
Yes.
And at 7:20 that day, Terrell Efron came into the station and made a complaint to you about an alleged shooting, right?
Yes.
And obviously, that's a serious complaint, right?
Correct.
So it's important for you to be as careful in taking down this information as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you memorialized that information in a written report, correct?
Yes.
In fact, that report was reviewed and approved by your supervisor, Officer Deneen, correct?
Correct.
Now, as detailed in your report, Mr. Efron told you about an incident, I think you just described it, that occurred on November 6, 2021, involving Mr. Mayers and two other people he identified as ASAP Bills and 12 people, right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, I think you testified to this, Mr. Efron told you that as he was approached by Mr. Mayers pulled out a gun from 5 to 10 feet away. Is that what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, the first page of your investigative report has a pre-printed box, which is called weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where you identify any weapon that a complainant reports to you, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you made a note in that report of a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if a knife were involved in an incident, that's an important fact you would know, right?
Yes.
And you didn't make any note of the knife in this case, either in that pre-printed box or in the narrative portion of your report, correct?
Correct.
And that's obviously because Mr. Efron, when reporting to you what happened, didn't tell you that 12 displayed a knife to him during the incident, right?
He did not.
Right. In fact, Mr. Efron made no mention of a knife being involved in this incident, correct?
Correct.
To the contrary, rather than displaying a knife, Mr. Efron told you that 12 actually attempted to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
And he told you that ASAP Hills also tried to de-escalate the situation, correct?
Yes.
Now, during your interview with Mr. Efron, he also told you that he returned to the scene of the incident approximately an hour later.
Yes.
Is that right? And he gave you those two shell casings that he claimed to recover from the scene, the ones we just saw, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sustained is the word claim.
Okay. He gave you the two shell casings that he told you he recovered from the scene, right?
Yes.
Just so it's clear, Mr. Efron told you he recovered those shell casings about an hour after the incident of November 6th, 2021, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't give them to you until 2 days later, November 8th, 2021, right?
Yes.
Now, after you received the shell casings from Mr. Efron, you requested that they be examined for latent prints.
I did.
And obviously, as an experienced law enforcement officer, you wouldn't have requested an examination that you knew would be useless. Am I correct?
Correct.
Right. So you requested that examination for latent prints because you understood that fingerprints can be lifted off shell cases, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, when speaking with Mr. Efron on November 8th, 2021, he told you that he had a small scrape on his left hand from the incident, right?
Yes.
In fact, you saw a picture of it on the screen? right?
Yes,
Okay. And after him telling you about that small scrape and you seeing it, you clearly didn't see a need to get him an ambulance or some type of medical treatment, right?
right,
In fact, at that time, on November 8, 2021, you discussed with Mr. Efron if any medical treatment, what if any medical treatment he already received for that small scrape. You asked him about that, right?
yes,
And what he told you was, I just treated it myself on a daily basis, right?
correct.
Now, you were asked by Mr. President about the reported statements that Mr. Efron made to you, right?
Yes,
Okay. And to be clear, when Mr. Efron made all of his statements to you, he had a civil lawyer standing next to him, right?
yes,
Now, you said, you asked Mr. Efron why he waited 2 days to report the incident. And he told you it's because he wanted to have a lawyer present for him, right?
yes,
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you that another reason he waited to report the incident is because he was attempting to contact Mr. Mayor's quote-unquote people, including his manager, Mr. Mayor's manager, trying to get money before he even contacted a lawyer? Did he tell you that?
no,
In fact, Mr. Efron never told you that before coming to see you, meaning before he made his report to the police, that he had already texted a screenshot of the scraped fingers to Mr. Mayor's manager with messages saying that he, Mr. Efron, was getting rich. He never told you that, right?
no.
Assumes facts on him.
I'm asking you, what was told you?
An interesting cross. Huge shout out to Trainwreck Entertainment. Thank you so much. She drops a $50 super generous super chat here. And yes, we are on the road to 60K. Thank you so much, Trainwreck. Really appreciate it. If any of the mods are around, please drop the link to Polish Lucy's channel. Thanks again. Really appreciate the support. Let's jump on in, y'all.
And the answer was he never conveyed that to you, right?
Correct.
Right. In fact, Mr. Efron also did not tell you that before coming to the police, he had already sent a text message to his own business associate saying, quote, I want to get this N-word's money, referring to Mr. Mayos. He never told you that either, right?
Right.
And Mr. Efron also did not tell you that before making his report to the police, before he came to you, Mr. Mayos texted him that Mr. Efron was trying to extort him, that Mr. Efron should stop calling Mr. Mayor's manager, and that Mr. Efron should call the police. He never told you any of that, did he?
He did not.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything for you.
Thank you.
So,
Thank
how long did you estimate your interview of Mr. Efron was?
Approximately maybe 20 minutes.
And included in that 20 minutes, some of that is you actually writing down or documenting things on your report.
Yes,
Is your report a verbatim transcript of what Mr. Efron told you or a summary?
a summary.
The gun that Mr. Efron reported was pointed at him. Did he tell you what kind of gun it was? Meaning, was it a revolver or semi-automatic?
He just said black handgun.
Okay. Did you document something in your report that it was a specific type of gun?
I have to review the report.
What did he tell you?
It was a semi-automatic.
Okay. You were asked about latent fingerprints. How many times are you aware of latent fingerprints being lifted off of cartridge cases?
I want to know the answer.
I mean, have you ever received a latent print report documenting fingerprints on fire cartridge cases yourself personally?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else.
All right, thank you, Officer Anderson.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was quick.
My next witness is Detective Flores.
That's it. We're on to the next witness. Sounds like it's going to be another cop.
Thank you. So state that the testimony you may give in the cause not been in this court. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Would you please take a seat on the witness stand there? State. This guy you think.
Yes. First name is Frank, Frank.
Next
Last
talk.
name is Flores, Flores.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you tell the jury what your occupation and assignment are?
Yes, I'm a detective with Los Angeles Police Department. I'm assigned to a robbery homicide division.
Were you also in that assignment in November of 2021?
Yes, I was.
How long have you been a police officer for?
Just over 29 years now.
Were you one of the assigned detectives on this case?
Yes, I was.
Who were your partners on this case?
I was assigned along with Detective Carlos Camacho and Detective Donetta Mendez.
And were you and your partners assigned this case on November 9th of 2021?
Yes.
After you were assigned to this case, did you go to the location?
Okay, so we heard from a police officer where Relli went to the police and was just like with his lawyer, bought the bag. You know, he bought the bag and was just like, hey, I've been involved in a shooting with ASAP Rocky and I'm here to report it. Here's the evidence. Here you go. Process it. So this is 3 days after, same day he went to the police station. The next thing that they did is they assigned a detective on the case. That's the person that's on the stand right now. So let's pay attention to his testimony because this is the person assigned to it. Notice that the state is getting quicker and quicker with its witnesses. So I believe they're almost done because we had Relli on the stand. We had the guy from yesterday, which we'll talk about on the break, y'all. And then we also had the Maybach music girl, right? The woman that called 911 and another police officer. So right now we are on witness 5 from the first person. And now this is witness 6. So they are breezing through it. We're on 6 witnesses so far. I think we might actually have a resolution to this thing by the end of the week at this rate, but let's go back in.
Where the crime occurred, and specifically to Vista Del Mar and Selma Avenue in the city and county of Los Angeles.
Yes.
What was your primary focus in returning to that location?
Primary focus was to canvass the area for cameras, witnesses, any evidence related to the incident that was recorded.
Then when you say cameras, would that be like surveillance video footage?
Yes, I mean, anything private, public, anything that would capture events from that night.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I marked as 1. Do you recognize the area that's depicted here?
Yes.
Okay. I can turn on the little screen for you too, if that makes it easier. No, you have to go back to this.
Okay.
As we do that, huge shout out to Tada, who gifted you guys 5 AV memberships. If you got a membership from Tada, I love that name. Please say thank you. Alan got one, Brittany got one, Jackie B got one, Miss Cutie Pie got one, E87 got one as well. If you got a membership, please say thank you to our sis here that just gifted you guys 5 of them. Very sweet of her. Thank you so much. Ta-da!
When you went back to that location, were you able to observe surveillance camera footage from any locations in that area?
Yes.
Would you point out any of those locations on the map for the jury?
Yes. So there was a large area that was canvassed. Argyle here would be on the west side, south side, Selma, Vista Del Mar, which is the north-south street, which kind of dodges right, comes east-west, and exits out to El Centro. There's also canvassed, along with, I believe, Hollywood Boulevard as well. So roughly the entire kind of block
with the side street of Vista Del Mar in between.
Okay, we've heard about this location, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. Can you point out for the jury where that location is on this map or graphic?
Yes, 6200 is pretty much the entire, almost encompasses the whole block. It's a very large property, which encompasses from Hollywood down to Selma, down to Vista Del Mar, that's central on the east.
Okay. Would there be, you said all the way down to Selma, but were these buildings right at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, those would be separate from 6200?
Correct, kind of cuts off right around the bend here, Vista Del Mar down.
Got it, okay. And we also heard reference in Mr. Efron's testimony to the W Hotel. Can you point out for the jury where the W Hotel would be?
Yes, the W would be here on the west side of Argyle. There's a large kind of lobby entrance, parking entrance here. I believe this is it here. Roughly mid-block between Hollywood and Selma on the west side of the street.
So right where it says Argyle Avenue, you were pointing just to the left of that, those kind of two white lines. Would that be the driveway that would drive into sort of the valet area of the W Hotel?
Correct, that's my rough estimate, yes.
Okay. The locations where you observed surveillance video from, can you point out those locations?
Yes. So the first point was the parking structure off Argyle, which is roughly just here on Argyle on the east side of the street, just north of Selma. The parking area where the first incident took place. As we continued the path south and then east, as we began northbound on Vista Del Mar, there were cameras here at, I believe this is 1616 Vista Del Mar, which is a kind of privately owned building. And then beyond that, there were cameras attached to 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. In the windows, roughly kind of on the bend here, on the exterior of the base floor of 6200, kind of the rear end. As the street opened back up to North El Centro, there was an additional camera here at it's roughly described as a kind of a loading dock to the building, which is on El Centro, just north of Vista Del Mar.
Okay, Your Honor, if I may mark my next exhibit, equals 33. It's a single-page document with a photograph of that area of Vista Del Mar and Selma with annotations and markings on it. All right, Detective, I'm showing you what I marked as equals 33. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And you see the number of red boxes, the 1, 2, 3, 4?
Correct.
Are those each locations where camera footage was retrieved from?
Yes.
Let's start with 1. Would that be the parking structure that we talked about?
Yes.
All right, so just to the left of the 1, you see the green triangle with the green arrow in it.
Yes, I do.
Can you describe for the jury what would be represented roughly by that green triangle and arrow?
That would be roughly the angle of the camera, which was under the parking structure, kind of awning at the entrance. And the camera faces northbound towards Hollywood Boulevard, which would be the first major street up.
Ah.
Okay.
All right, so Detective Flores here, once he got assigned to the case, he's looking at a map of where the incident took place. It looks like what they're going to try to introduce for evidence is, remember how Relli was going up to these businesses and taking pictures and all of that? So apparently, this is the detective that's going to these businesses and seeing if he gets surveillance footage. I want to see that, because here's the other thing. With the other surveillance footage that we have, where it's like them kind of tussling, going back and forth, it's at a downward angle. We can't really see stuff. Like you could see Relli walking up, but then, we were trying to figure out who touched who first. And that came up while Relli was on the stand and he got heated with Tacopina, of course. But let's see what happens if they have like new footage. I hope they introduce it through this guy. If not, that would be kind of lame. But let's keep going.
And you observed video from that location, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you people's 14.
Oh, lawn crime. I love when they do this. Let me check on the feed. It looks like it froze for a second.
This intersection is on the bottom end of the page. So northbound view of the camera, looking south.
Okay. And when you were pointing out where the camera was, you were kind of pointing underneath the, kind of to the roof area underneath where that parking lot driveway is, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you were specifically closer to where, I think it says restricted entry.
Yes, roughly there, that area.
Okay. After you observed the video at that location, were you able to obtain a copy of it?
Yes, after canvassing the area, we were able to get copies of different videos from different areas, different times. But yes, we did end up getting a copy of video from this specific camera.
In order to get that specific video, was there anything that you had to do?
Yes,
What was that?
there was a search warrant authored to get copies of video from specifically this camera and the adjoining camera on the central side of the loading dock.
Okay. So what you're talking about is the number 1 and the number 4 on People's 33?
Correct.
Okay. I want to stay with the parking lot first, though. I'm going to pull up the video footage from that location. Now, on People's Exhibit 15 here, there's 2 files in a folder labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, WNPM. And I'm specifically pulling up the one that says commercial parking entrance. Now, one second. Sorry, it's really hard to read from here. Where I have it paused right now is at 9 minutes and 42 seconds in this video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The entire amount of video that you collected from there, was it 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 6 seconds long?
Yes.
And was there a specific time that you started that specific time from when the video started that you collected?
I believe we were looking at roughly around the time of the incident,
Would it have been around 10 o'clock?
roughly 10 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, this is the infamous footage.
And the video that we're seeing here, would this be the raw video footage that you received from that location?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna just play it forward a few seconds.
There's Relli walking up. Stop. There's a push. Rocky and Relli going at it. Guy in the middle. Using him as a human shield. There's the gun. There's the gun. Second police officer of the day on the stand. This is the detective that went to get all this footage. That's the thing. This is on camera.
Okay, Detective, can you read the time that it's paused there at?
Yes, it shows 10:15. 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit, Your Honor. 34.
Yeah.
It's a one-page document that has 3 still images from this parking lot video. They're individually labeled A, B, and C on the page.
And this is an image of the gun. It's zooming in with this damn projector.
No, it's a kind of an odd color up there, Detective, but
Okay, so as he is trying to get his stuff together, now the interesting thing about this footage is that it does show that Rocky had the gun, right? That's assault all day. I've been saying that all week, guys. Like this is clearly assault, right? Just the act of pulling it out. We cannot see if it was pointed. We also have not seen footage of the discharge of it. It's kind of like, waving a gun around. That's it. This is literally all the evidence that they have so far that we've seen. That's it. I am hearing that they did do a 2022 search in April of Rocky's house, and that's where they found some shell casings and they found bullets in his house. Now, whether or not they match those that Mr. Relli bagged and tagged is a different question. But then the other question is if it's a prop gun, is it even going to have shell casings, right? We talked about that whole thing yesterday where somebody on the internet hit up Takapina, and you guys will love this. The person that runs that Twitter account actually followed me back. I followed them, they followed me back, but they kind of exposed the fact that Relli was in LA and he went to a gun range a few days before this event happened. So he was around shell casings. Did he plant them? There's still a lot of outstanding questions as we're waiting for the prosecutors to properly paint the story, because it's still a little shaky, baby. It's still a little bit shaky. But we're also going to check out some of the footage from that guy that flew in from Paris yesterday, because as we ended last night's stream, some of y'all were kind of switching sides. You were like, I'm on Relli's side now. I mean, people switch. I couldn't believe it. I was debriefing with friends. I said, I don't know why. It's like there were some people in chat that were like, I'm Team Relli. I was not expecting that. But as you can see, you see the footage. I mean, It's right here. It's right here. But as far as the gun being aimed and discharged at Relli, that's what we have not seen yet. So let's keep our eyes peeled and an open mind and see what happens.
Do you recognize where those three still images are captured from?
Yes,
And what would that be?
that's from the camera that was recovered at the parking structure.
Now, would you tell the jurors just a little bit about your background, training, and experience when it comes to firearms?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I carried a firearm as long as I've been a police officer. Prior to, I've attended training days, qualified, with marksmanship, safety skills, and firearms. So I have a good basic understanding through my job and through some extracurricular training days.
Now, in the course of your 29 years of experience, have you had an opportunity to use both semi-automatic pistols and revolvers?
Yes, I carry both.
Are you generally familiar with the difference between those two types of firearms?
Yes,
And could you describe that to the jury?
yes. A revolver is kind of the older technology for firearm, the original firearm. It's a wheel gun. It's a wheel where the gun is manually loaded with the ammunition, and after you fire, you have to manually unload it. I mean, there's a lot more handling of the weapon. When you shoot it, it doesn't eject casings like a semi-automatic handgun. So it's also generally a lower capacity weapon, meaning most revolvers are limited to 5 or 6 rounds capacity. A semi-automatic is more of a modern era weapon. It's a magazine and cartridge fed weapon, which can hold a large capacity of rounds. Anything from a small semi-automatic can hold 5, 6 rounds up to 17, 18 rounds, depending on the size of the semi-automatic handgun. When you fire that gun, the difference is casings eject. Anytime you fire it, the casing will eject from the handgun to clear the way for the next round. Versus a revolver, when it fires, the wheel just spins to the next available chamber. So
A big difference in what you can see in the two guns is that wheel that you're describing on the revolver, right?
yes, the revolver's fairly distinct.
And when you watch this video or even observing the still images on the screen up there, based upon your background, training, and experience in law enforcement and handling both semi-automatics and revolvers, what is your opinion with regard to what type of gun that is, specifically between a revolver or a semi-automatic pistol?
No doubt, semi-automatic.
Okay. Move on to the next location. So equals 33, and focus in on location number 2. I believe you already said in your testimony that that location was 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was a private building, privately owned building, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. When you observed video from that location, were there a number of cameras attached to the location?
Yes.
Now, I have people 33 up here, which I think will make it easier for you to explain, but if you would, could you explain generally how those cameras were, what direction those cameras were facing that were attached to that one building?
Yes. Well, basically, if you're looking at the green cones, they represent a camera that was facing in that specific direction. So the property kind of sits on the corner of the bend that goes from Vista Del Mar northbound to Vista Del Mar eastbound. So the cameras face roughly, are placed around the building, facing different angles outwards towards the street.
Okay, so the bottommost one on the building label number 2, that one, that would have been facing towards the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And that's the grainy surveillance video that we watched a number of times, correct?
Correct.
The very next one to the left of that, it looks like it's facing towards, yeah, that one, the 6200 Hollywood building. What area would that have captured?
It's roughly as the street begins to turn, that's roughly the front of the building. Would roughly cover kind of the pedestrian entrance to the building.
Okay. And then going up to the northmost part of the building, there's 2 additional cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do those cameras kind of overlap in their coverage?
Yes, roughly they do.
All right. Go back to People's 15, the hard drive. There's a separate folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. Detective, you see there's 2 files in that folder, correct?
Correct.
They both start with the word magic.
Yes.
Okay. The first one ends in the number 3000. I'm going to open up that file. And I'm going to make this bigger. Now, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe this at all for the jurors?
Yes. Roughly, this is camera number 1 on would be the south side of the building at 1616.
Hold on 1 second. So before you number the cameras, they're actually labeled in the top left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
So that the top leftmost corner would be camera 1, and there's no image display, correct?
Correct.
And then camera number 2 is the next one over in the top middle. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to skip forward. Is this how the video came to you when you first viewed it?
Yes.
I'm going to jump over here. It's going to be hard for me to see up there, so I'm going to pull it over and then I'll bring it back to you. Right now I have it paused at 22:16:55.
As he's pulling that up, I see an interesting question in the chat. Shout out to LA Trina. None of your business. She says, I'm kind of new to this trial. What's a jury makeup? Girl, nobody on the trial. Nobody in that jury box is black, which is crazy. I mean, all the people that live in LA Trina. I mean, there's a lot of black people that live there, but apparently nobody is of African descent. And these 2 gentlemen are of African descent, African American descent. It's very interesting. However, I will say this. If you guys didn't see the video that we dropped this morning, I did clip up the conversation between me and Seti Nash yesterday, and we were talking about the jury makeup. So if you want to catch up, I think that's a great place to start. But thank you so much. Great question, LA Trina.
Okay, so we have it paused here. There's 4 cameras that are displayed, correct?
Correct.
And with each one of these represent cameras that we just talked about in that exhibit, People's 33.
Yes.
And if you double click on the cameras, it makes them individual screens, correct?
Yes.
All right. This would be that one that faces towards Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Correct.
Right. Go back out. Camera 3 would to the left, which covers, you said, the front entrance of the building, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna jump over to camera. Is that 5? I believe it's 5.
Correct.
All right. That area that we see in the top left of this camera, is that curve on Vista Del Mar that you were talking about?
Yes, that camera will be facing roughly west and south.
Towards the curve.
Correct.
And then the last one, camera 4. Which direction would that camera be facing?
That will be facing eastbound towards Fun Central.
Got it. Okay. And if you play these videos on this player, would you agree that the 4 cameras that are displayed there play simultaneously?
Yes.
So they're each playing what they captured at that moment, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to start with camera 2, and we'll play it. And I'm going to pause it. You could read the time at the bottom, and I'm going to switch screens, but the timestamp at the bottom left here.
It's 22/17/25.
Okay. All right, I'm going to jump over to camera 3. And I'll play at this portion. And pause it. The time.
22/17/29.
And so would that have shown the same person that we saw running away in camera 2 as they're crossing around the building?
Yes, it's in sequence.
Okay. So jump over to number 5 that faces the curve. I might have passed already, but I'll keep playing it from here. Is it moving?
It's not playing.
It's not. Okay. Now, would that be the same person that we saw in the last 2 cameras?
So this
as well?
is
Yes.
Rocky walking away.
And I'll jump to camera number 4. Is that individual now towards the top of the screen here?
Yes.
And pausing it, can you give us a time?
22/17/40.
Would that be when the man in the black sweatshirt beats up the person who's wearing the red jacket?
Yes.
I'm gonna go back in time a little bit. So that, you would agree that the sequence we just played was sort of following the man in the black sweatshirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Go back, I'm gonna ask you to follow the other individuals. Before I hit play, would you give us the timestamp again?
22/16/57.
All right. So we've gone back in time now. Would you agree?
Yes.
And I will hit play from here. So after the man in the black sweatshirt runs away, what does the man in the red jacket do?
He pauses initially, then he follows the man in black switch.
And the other 2 individuals, you see one of them walking in the same direction that those man in the black and man in the red jacket went?
Yes.
Is he walking towards, what would be El Centro?
Yes, he's walking northbound Vista Del Mar, which turns to El Centro.
Then we go to camera 3. He's wearing a blue jacket, fair to say?
Yes.
Now to camera 5. And then lastly, camera 4. Would you agree he walks up Vista Del Mar, makes that turn, and then walks towards El Centro?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall the time, the amount of video that you collected from that location, the time specifically?
I do not. I believe there's two clips, different portions for 1616. This is Del Mar.
1 second then. Okay, Your Honor, we have written stipulations that will be entered. Do you want me to mark them as?
Yes.
entered?
Yes.
So let's mark them as 35.
Sure. You have a little instruction for us with the stipulation.
I think I already did that, did I?
Did.
You did. I've already did it.
Okay.
It's an agreement, it's just an agreement between both sides regarding a fact.
And your further would be that stipulation would mean that once it's entered, that fact is proven. and
Beyond reasonable doubt.
does not need any determination.
Okay. I'm gonna put it up and I'll read it into the record. I'm gonna start with stipulation number 1. The parties stipulate as follows. Stipulation number 1, surveillance video from 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue. On November 9th, 2021, Detective Frank Flores and Carlos Camacho of the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, downloaded surveillance video from the privately owned business at 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue in Hollywood. The video was originally recorded between 10:10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The system video date and timestamp are accurate to actual time. So, Detective, you were saying to collect video between 2 different times, correct?
Correct.
So from 10:10 to 10:30, that would be a portion of which was just played as we went through the video, correct?
Yes.
Then the next portion that you collected started a half an hour later.
Correct.
So did you personally watch any of the video between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m.?
I believe we screened it through that time period where we were present.
And what did that portion collect, or capture, if you recall?
From my recollection, it didn't capture anything that we saw pertinent to the case.
Would it have captured the police, the patrol officer's response?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Did you collect the video between 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
I'm sorry?
Did you collect that video though from 10:30 to 11 p.m.?
No.
And why did you collect that video?
Again, we were focused on the time periods where the victim had indicated the incident occurred and he had returned.
So you were mainly focused on collecting video of the actual shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard through the stipulation, and I believe through your testimony, that you also collected video from 11 to 11:20, correct?
That's correct.
So why is it that you collected video from that portion of the video?
Again, there was indication that the victim said he had returned to recover evidence from the scene, so that's what we were trying to verify.
Had you spoken to Mr. Efron at that point?
Yes, I believe we had spoken to Mr. Efron before we went out to Candace initially.
And he told you that he went back to collect it, correct?
Correct.
When he told you he went back to collect it, when did he tell you he went back?
He said roughly within an hour.
Okay, let me go to that second video. So it's from the same system, correct?
Correct.
Go down to the second one. I know we're getting close to noon, Bernard, if I could just cover this one topic and then we can break. Shoot up. Okay. I have this second video paused at 23:09:44. Which would be 11:09:44 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's only video collected from camera 2 at this portion, correct?
Correct.
I will play it forward from here. You see
Right.
an individual with kind of a light colored top and a dark colored bottom or pants walking around that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You have that cursor on there?
That is so tiny. It's really hard to see. I really don't even know what we're looking at. There's a speck on the left-hand side of the screen moving. Some sort of
I've
speck.
got a few questions for you. Can you read us the timestamp so we know what was played?
That's roughly 23:11:39.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Efron's testimony in this case that he took a photograph just before he collected the cartridge casing, and the photograph was timestamped at 11:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Did you have that precise time or piece of information about Mr. Efron returning to the scene when you collected this video?
No, not the exact time. Roughly, we had an hour.
And you have just a rough estimate from Mr. Efron, correct?
That's correct.
Not a precise.
We gotta take a break now.
I have two questions on this, if I have to finish. Sorry, Roger. Did Mr. Efron tell you that when he returned to the scene to collect those cartridge casings that he was also with his girlfriend, or essentially with another person?
Yes, another person had gone along with it.
In the portion of the video that you just watched, did you see another person with that individual in the light top?
No.
Is the person in that portion of the video wearing clothing which was consistent with the clothing that Mr. Efron was wearing at the time of the shooting?
No.
As you sit here right now, do you still believe that the person depicted in that video is Mr. Efron?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well,
Speculation. It calls for speculation.
when you collected that video, Did you initially believe that that was Mr. Efron?
Yes, we did.
Do you still believe that today?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion as to whether it is or isn't certified is
No speaking objections.
sorry, but give me the reason.
Tacopina or the objections.
Can I get an offer of proof, Your Honor?
Ask the question again.
Yes. You said when you collected the video, you thought that was Mr. Efron. The question is, as you sit here now, having more information, do you still believe that?
I don't.
Senator, we can at least say make an offer.
Objection sustained. Yes.
And so answer be stricken, please.
I did.
Uh-oh.
Yes, the answer's strict.
Green hat.
Break till 1:30, folks. Meet the outside courtroom doors and that's the case and no internet. So,
We put on the record before we come to the original fact.
yeah.
Thank you.
It is Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. It's taco time. It's taco time. Let's go, y'all. I might actually order some tacos for lunch. Y'all just made me hungry. All right, so they are on break for they should be back in about 38 minutes if they're actually on time. What I did want to do is take a look at some of the testimony from yesterday, which it swayed a lot of people's opinion differently. And I really want to take a look at that again. I was thinking about it last night. I was just like, man, they flew this guy in from Paris, but is he actually helping Rocky right now or is he hurting Rocky? And I asked you guys and y'all were like, yeah, this testimony's a little weak. It's not really helping. In other news, I am probably in the next few days just keeping an eye on this thing. Diddy's getting slammed with lawsuits from the Busby team. Like, it's bad. Like, the lawsuit that came out yesterday, it's a guy. It's not a Jane Doe. It's a John Doe. And John is saying that Diddy, did his thing, gave him some Ciroc that was laced, but like Diddy did the business on this guy, and y'all are funny because everybody's like, why is Diddy having knee surgery? I'm like, oh my God, y'all ain't shit. We'll see what happens. But it looks like the Busby law firm is going to be filing a series of about 10 lawsuits against Diddy this week. So I'm keeping my eye on the news for that. It's going to get really, really crazy for Diddy in these next few days. Yes, Little Rock. Allegedly, there was some prostate milking that's in that lawsuit. I just asked, I have a source in New York to see if I could get my hands on that lawsuit and read it. But it's serious when 50 Cent starts posting about you on social media, and that's what happened. So, Did my hand gestures do what? I didn't even mean to do that once. It just happened. It just happened. I don't know, but we're gonna learn more about that in these next few days. So it's happening. Busby is not playing. I mean, the Jay-Z thing is a little different, but in the next, because there's a deadline coming up in New York, and they need to file them all. So in the next few days, we're just going to see a bunch of lawsuits just sprinkled down from the gods of Olympus, the legal gods of Olympus. So that's coming. Why don't we check out yesterday's testimony? Because they did do a few clips of this guy who, he came in from Paris to clear his name, right? I want to check out this one because it is interesting. He really, I don't know if he helped or hurt Rocky's case,
Just raise your right hand for us. Thank you.
Let me boost the audio.
Okay. This how we state that the testimony may give in the cause not pending for this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. And please take a seat on the witness stand. Make it to your hand, please state and spell your name for the record.
Wally Sajani, WALLY,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. State. What do you do for a living?
I run a technology software agency where we build website software for clients, musicians, creatives, brands, direct-to-consumer brands. Yeah.
And have you done work in that capacity for Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also, and by the way, do you work for Rocky?
No, I have my own business.
Okay, so you do consulting work?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did an individual that you know as Relli also ask you to do work for him?
Yes.
Okay. And same capacity as a consultant as well?
Correct.
All right. Now, do you have any, just, let's get this out of the way. Do you have any personal knowledge of the facts of this case, one way or another?
No.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, and better say you're friends with Rocky, right?
Yes.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, did they ask you to do anything for him?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you to do?
A number of things, but he really wanted to boost his social media presence with certain articles from this case.
Okay. In particular, do you remember any?
It was a long list, but they were high publications.
TMZ,
Rolling Stone, High Society, Complex, so on and so on.
So, Mr. Efron obviously contacted you and asked you to promote these articles for his social media presence.
Yes, for his further to boost his social media as well. Yeah.
And that was articles about this case.
Correct.
Okay. When did refer to as Relli for the purpose of this conversation? When did Relli? That's how you know him, by the way, right?
Correct.
When did Relli last call you?
Just last week on my birthday when I was in Paris. Thursday.
Thursday, the January 30th?
Yeah, around 9 p.m. in Paris. So if I do the math, it's probably 12 noon here.
Yeah. And have you been following this case?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Okay. And on that day, on that Thursday, did you see anything particular about this case on Thursday when you watched?
Yeah, just my name being brought up against lies, fabrication, just not the truth. So,
What in particular did you hear and who did you hear it from?
Relli specifically.
What did he say?
Recordings were fake. Recordings were not him, not I. And I'm a pretty private person, so when people lie on my name, it kind of gets me upset. So yeah.
Okay. Now, did Relli send you any articles about this case in the last 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 17th of 2024, did he send you an article about Judge Arnold?
Yes.
On December 24th, 2024, did you send you a Daily Mail article entitled "Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a Smiley Face"?
The relevance to these questions about specific.
Did we ask that? December 27, 2024, did Relli send you an article from the Daily Mail entitled "Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequences of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a Smiley Face" next to it?
Yes.
To be here today, so where are you coming from?
Paris, France.
Okay. And what were you doing in Paris, France?
Grabbing meetings, doing business deals, trying to invest in this new tech startup.
Okay. So you're there for work?
Yes.
You don't live there?
No.
Okay. You live where?
New Jersey.
When did you get here in Los Angeles, sir?
Last night late.
Okay. And why did you come here?
Really clear my name, tell the truth. Again,
That is interesting. Upon rewatch, I didn't realize. I thought he lived in Paris. Apparently, he just works in Paris. He lives in New Jersey. Interesting.
hated seeing my name tied to, lies and untruthful words.
And did it concern you as far as your professional reputation that this guy was accusing you of doctoring and making up recordings?
Yes.
Would you ever do that?
No, never. I'm not there yet with the technology, I would say. So yeah.
But even if you were there, would you do that?
No, I would never. It's not honest, right? Yeah.
Did you make recordings of conversations with Relli?
Yes.
How many recordings did you make?
2. Now in 2022, I believe the dates were, I forget the April date, but mid-April and then August 15th-ish. Yeah.
And you said that's based on your recollection, right?
Yeah.
I think the metadata may actually say May, but around April, May
Yeah,
2022?
Yep.
Okay. And then August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those are the 2 conversations you recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give those recordings to Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. And first of all, why did you give them to Rocky?
I think it was just conversations he needed to hear.
And why do you think you need to hear them?
Because they're about him, and a lot of it seemed just suspicious, talking about monetary things.
And when did you send them to Rocky?
As soon as I finished the conversation.
Now, when you sent those recordings, did one of the two recordings, did you have to split one of them into two files because of the size?
Yeah, you can't really send certain data, or if the file size is too big, you gotta cut it down to send it.
So how did you get here today?
I took a plane, commercial plane.
Last night
Yes,
from Paris?
yes,
And are you going back later today?
yeah, a few hours.
So that's a 1 day turnaround,
Yeah, after,
just to be here?
yeah,
Who paid for the cost of your ticket?
Damien, Granderson.
Damon Branson, that's Rocky's entertainment attorney,
Attorney lawyer, yeah,
and that means Rocky probably paid for the cost of your ticket, correct?
possibly.
And did you meet us, myself, Siegel, staff, and any people in the United States, zoning, us for the first time ever this morning?
Prior to this, no.
No, when? was
This
the first
morning,
time?
yes.
This
This
morning
morning, yes,
was the first time you ever met any of us?
correct.
Okay. Did we ever speak before this morning?
No,
Okay. This morning, did we play recordings?
correct, yes.
And what were those recordings?
They were the recordings that I took.
And by the way, let's step back for a second. You mentioned Damian Grant's and Rocky's entertainment attorney. When was the first time you ever heard from him?
Just recently while I was watching the case.
Was it when this individual Relli was testifying about you documenting tapes?
Correct, he wasn't the only one contacting me about just a lot of things coming in, but yeah.
Was when he called you, Ron? Sure.
You want some water? Yeah. Oh, you have one?
Sorry.
You have enough in there?
I have one.
You're okay? Sure?
I think it was weird, but it's kind of air vents.
The air vents, I think, are on with the allergies. Let's want to give it a second.
Yeah.
Sure.
You want to, you okay? Do you want to go in the back and get rid of the cough?
No, we got
Oh, we have cough drop too. We have to give cough.
Would you like a cough drop from both the prosecution and the defense?
Ours are better.
I have a pop up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I got water as well. I took a lot of medication as well.
No, you have nothing to be sorry about. What's that? Of course.
That way you can step.
Oh, you want to step out,
Yes, please.
Alex? Oh, Alex, okay, go to the door there, Alex. You'll be out.
All right. I don't know why they took this clip. Come back around here.
a little less, I'll try not to.
So the recordings, I think I asked this, I'm not sure before we broke. Did we play for you the recordings this morning?
You were correct.
Yes, okay. And what were those two recordings?
Conversations with Relli and I.
The May 2022
Yeah,
and August
December,
2022? And by the way, where were you when you made those recordings?
In New Jersey, my apartment.
Okay, and did Relli say where he was?
In New York.
And I'm gonna show you the three recordings, to show you the screen of three. By the way, when I said I'm gonna show you the three recordings. Did you videotape the recordings?
Yes.
Okay. So you audio recorded the recordings, but you videotaped?
Yeah, I believe video is just better to capitalize on, or just capture everything. could be a video with audio. It's hard to falsify this.
So, we'll show you, we'll show,
Just the next exhibit,
that's one.
Q's and Queen. Is there a transcript?
Three recordings, but usually two incidents, but you mentioned three, but one of them is a combination.
It's a split.
A split. I just want to make sure it's clear. We're only talking
We will
about
be
two
back in
recordings.
24 minutes from break, guys.
Is there a transcript of the first?
Yes, sir. I'm just identifying them first, I'm not playing. Just want to make sure we identify them. So take a look at that one. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
it's my recording of my conversation with Relli and I.
The first one from May of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. That is, we have marked as exhibit
Q.
Q. All right. I'm going to show you another one, another video screenshot.
Yes, same exact thing. Conversation with him and I.
And that is that one from August.
Correct.
And by the way, what makes you know that that's one that you had with brother from looking at it?
How would I save people's number? I usually put your entire government name and your nickname as well, so I can remember.
That's what you have on that screen there.
Correct.
That would be, what is that? R, okay. That's the defense R.
All right, if you're marking that now, are you gonna play Q?
Snippets of it, yeah.
All right. The part that you're gonna play of Q, the transcript of that should be R.
Okay.
The August call
There's,
should be S and Sam.
okay, the first August call, goes on again, there's one August call that was sent Rocky in two files. So the first one would be S and Sam, the one he just identified. And the transcript portion of that would be,
T is in Tom.
okay? And then the third one, which is again the same call from August 2022, is that the screenshot of that, sir?
Yes,
And again, same thing,
correct. Same thing. I videoed it between Relli and I.
whose name is on the screenshot?
Tomorrow.
And that's the, again, that's the same call or it's part of the August 2022 call, but that's a second
Correct.
file.
Yeah,
The
same
full
file.
So that would be,
That's you.
you are. And the transcript
All
for
right, that's the August 22nd call,
the second portion.
the second half. That's you as a union. The transcript, V as in Victor.
Okay. Now, you recognize the records on the screen. I'm gonna play, snippet, before I play the snippet for the jury room, I want him, Mr. Spinney, to identify the voices, okay?
Sure.
That's the record. So listen to the recordings of the voices and tell us if you recognize the voices. First, second, and third.
Here come the recordings.
Yes, myself and Relli.
That's the first one. This is the second one, go ahead.
Yes, that's the second one, same thing. Yes, same thing. Identifying myself and throughout that whole conversation.
Okay. You played all three? So you've identified all three of those tapes that we've identified as,
It is the tapes of Q, S, and U.
offense QSU. You've identified all three as recorded conversations that you made from May of 2022 and August of 2022 of you and Flores.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched this proceeding, of those ones you said were fake.
Yes.
Were they fake?
No, they're real.
Not with them in any way?
No.
Are those recordings a true and accurate recording of your conversation with Relli those 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to make these recordings, by the way?
No, I did it myself.
Why did you do it?
I believe to protect myself and just document our conversations because he kept calling me numerous times, so it kind of felt unsafe, or I just wanted to protect myself.
And when he kept calling you numerous times, why did you feel the need to record these conversations? Was he giving you an impression?
No, it was just weird, to be honest. I just felt uncomfortable.
Because you were not involved in this incident, correct?
This is okay. Well, let's break that down. So he's basically saying, because this came up on cross-examination when that man with the lanyard was cooking. He was cooking, right? Because this gentleman recorded the conversation between him and ASAP Relli, right? And it was just strange because the phone is laying on the table and then he used something else to record the conversation. Now, on cross, the prosecutor was asking him, why did you record the conversation? You guys are friends, right? He's calling you for advice, right? And he says that he was trying to mediate the situation. But the fact is that he recorded it for a reason. What was the reason? Was it because he's being super loyal to ASAP Rocky? You know, what was that? What was the intention behind the recording? So that's what Taco Pina's getting at right now. And he said, well, you know, Relli was being weird. So I started recording the conversations. He called me 10 times to talk about this incident. So it is interesting to know that they were, you know, in 2 separate states, New Jersey and New York, when this conversation happened, right? So you have 2 different jurisdictions when it comes to consent, if you have to give somebody consent for a recorded phone call. But it is interesting. He says that Relli was being weird, and that was the reason why he did that. And just an update, guys, they should be back from their break in about 16 minutes. So we'll finish this up.
Right. No, I was not involved at all. I just wanted to really just mediate the situation, honestly.
Because you were friends with both.
Correct.
And you didn't take a side, did you?
No.
It is leading, it is, just saying.
Okay. Were you friends with both of them?
Yes.
Did you take a side?
No.
All right, now I'm going to play you a few snippets here from the recordings. And again, these are questions that were asked.
Which, are you gonna play Q, S, or U first?
Yes. Hi. I'm going to play Q, S, or U first. I'm going to play a snippet of S first, Your Honor. And again, these are short snippets. They're directly related to the question I asked Mr. Efron.
All right, let's, Alex, can you distribute the transcript, which is T as in Tom?
Yes, sir. You have 2 Your by chance, so the same.
I
I'm sorry.
I have it. Yeah, I think I have it. you have an extra for, this is Jimmy? Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay. So we're gonna play a snippet from that defense exhibit
This is S.
S. And again, by the way, before we play that, who called whom in these two calls?
He called me,
And,
and then I would call him back.
and when you record these calls, were you calling him back?
Correct.
Go ahead.
This is the later call, correct?
Yo, what's good, nigga? What's going on? Shit, man. You at? Crib. What you want? Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna submit them links and shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to just pick them shits? Yeah, it's shit ton. You probably the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications. Just pick the top ones, probably, right? Like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit. Mm-hmm. And then when I get it, I'm gonna throw you sign. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit through you for me.
Okay. That was yourself and Mr. Efron?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the one that was saying Rolling Stone?
Carlos.
And you respond saying, just pick the top one, something to that effect?
Yes.
And then after asking you to promote these articles on social media, regarding this case, did he say he was gonna throw you something?
Yes.
What did he say?
When I get it, I'm gonna throw you something.
When I get it, I'm gonna throw you something?
Yes.
Where did you take that from me?
I'm not sure. Maybe whenever he gets some type of money.
I'm gonna call for
Sustain.
speculation, motion striking.
Speculation, sustain.
I guess we're gonna move on to the second, from which,
It's from S also.
exhibit S also.
This is you just related to this.
You're on the same exhibit, same transcript. Is there a page we should direct us on?
It's that.
Page 10? Page 10. You can flip to page 10.
Does the jury have it?
Yes, you're on page 10, page 10. All right. Listen to this, please. Go ahead.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro?
That Mr. Efron saying, who gets schooled if someone fired on you 5 times?
Yes.
I think this is who gives.
Okay. Who gives school, gives school.
That's what the
Whatever it says. The part I was really focused on was the, someone fired on you 5 times. That he said that?
Yeah.
You? Okay, let's go on to the next one, which is a different exhibit.
Exhibit Q.
Correct.
It's a transfer part. And this is still August 27th.
No, this is, I think, May 26th.
You just played August, that was August.
Right.
Right, so now we're in May 10th.
Now we're on to this one.
Just want to be passed out, is that correct?
Please.
So what was already played was August 22nd. This is
Right.
now May 22nd.
Right.
By meaning August 2022, rather than 22nd.
Yeah, August 2020.
2022.
All right. Okay.
Everybody have one? Transcript?
Can I have one?
Do we have one, from Mr. Stevens?
Okay. Page 16, please, on the transcripts. Okay, go ahead.
For background, lawyer first court extortion, feel me? You know what I'm saying? You ask for background, lawyer first court extortion, you feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
Whose voice was that, sir?
Relli.
You make up those words?
No.
You spoof his voice and how?
No.
The next one is from the same, recording,
Same recording, same transcript, page 13.
same recording, same transcript, page 13.
Just to be clear, this would be before, so you're going backwards in the conversation, correct?
No, it's the same one we just heard. This is the May 2022.
My question is, in terms of timing, is what you just played before or after, in terms of timing?
Yeah, it's earlier in the
It's
conversation.
early,
So
sure.
I just want to make sure that we're making clear when these are being played.
Hey, I'm suing this shit out of you. That was my game. And regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga.
Whose voice was that saying, suing the shit out of him? That was my game regardless. I don't think that's about the police.
Relli.
You didn't make up that voice.
No. No.
The computer generate that voice.
No.
Okay, next is from the August 2022 recording, which is exhibit again.
So that's exhibit U, it's the second portion of that recording with the transcript page.
You just asked, when you're playing chronologically, is this occurring after the time originally when you played?
Right, well, that's just May, this is August, so we'll be after.
No, but you played part of the August call. I'm just trying to understand, is this, you played the August call before this part after, before,
Exactly.
after the part you already played?
Let's check this.
Let's get the, yes, you have the transcripts out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. V is, the transcript is V as in Victor. The recording is U as in Union. After. Okay.
Shout out to Belfast BMAC, who has provided 5 AV memberships. Thank you so much, Belfast BMAC. Very, very sweet of you. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to eat as we get there. It looks like court should be back in session in about 4 minutes. So we're just waiting for them to come back from their lunch break. Your girls over here eating as well. If you received a membership from Belfast BMAC, please say thank you to him. And Belfast BMAC, are you in Belfast? Because that would be amazing. Shout out to all of our international family members. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Shout out to Kelly Applegate, who jumps in with the 10, says, hey, AV, still getting caught up from last evening, but had to drop in and support. Looking forward to Karen Reed too. Yeah, guys, there's a lot going on. We still need to do day 7 of the Karen Reed trial. I still have to reschedule with Turtle Boy. The schedule was a little bit thrown off because yesterday we went overtime in court with this guy that's currently on the stand. He needed to fly back to Paris. So we went, I think we streamed until like 8:30 last night. It was something crazy. But thank you so much, Kelly. We are going to get all caught up. So thank you both for supporting the stream. And if you're looking for ways to support the stream, all of that is scrolling in the banner below. I am looking over. It does not look like they are back yet, but they're due back in about 3 minutes. So in the meantime, in between time, we're going to check this out.
Okay, is there a page direct?
Page 5.
Page 5. Go ahead.
I already know. I'm in 30 M's.
What, that's I already know, I'm in 30 M's. And would you understand 30 M's to me? $30 million. And you alter that voice? No. Just a couple more, then we're done.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5, continue to page 6.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5, continue on to page 6.
He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Okay. Whose voice was that, sir? And what did you understand what you were saying to you there?
He actually is going to call for speculation. It's also irrelevant what he understood. His thought is not relevant.
Sustained.
Okay. That's one. There's one last one. I'm going to ask you about questions they asked Mr. Efron. Now, yes, you. So, same
recording, same transcript.
Same recording, same transcript.
Page 6, continuing to page 7.
Page 6, continuing to page 7. Let's play.
If I'm not there, if you pay me out via my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically, and say that it's me because I'm on another island, just relaxing. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence in this and that, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
Mr. Whose voice was it on that recording that said it's going to be hard for the DA to find me because I'll be going to another island just relaxing? Really. And whose voice was it to say they have evidence, this, that, and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have a complaining witness? Did you alter that recording? No. Did you superimpose that voice into there? No. Did you hear him say that was fake? Yes. Was that fake? No. Okay, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
That's it. So that's really why they bought this guy in, is because they wanted to make sure that they were combating what our friend Relli was saying, how it was AI, it was doctored, it was faked. But at the same time, I don't think Relli knew Homeboy was even recording the conversation, right? So craziness. We are waiting for them to come back from their lunch break, guys. It is 4:30 East Coast, 1:30 Pacific Standard Time, and they have not returned yet. As soon as I hear them, we will go into the live feed. That being said, I do want to go to this prosecutor from yesterday as well, because he was, he's an interesting character to say the very least. So as we're waiting for them to come back in the live feed, we could check this out.
Mr. Jimmy, would you agree that you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relli, correct?
Fair to say,
And you do business with the defendant, right?
sometimes.
How much money has the defendant paid you for your work in the past 3 years?
3 years, I don't recall.
Let's give an estimate.
I would say maybe 20,000 per year, so say 60,000.
And I would assume, is he one of the bigger names that you work with?
No,
He's not?
I work with a lot of people, a lot of brands, a lot of celebrities and names, yeah.
What was your income last year?
I have to look at it or ask my accountants, but income last year, let's say, around 85,000 possibly.
So if your income was 85,000, then even by your own estimate, he would have, his business would be about 25% of your income, correct?
No, like I said, we get paid by a lot of different people.
No, so that's what I'm telling you. You said you're estimating your income at 20 grand a year. I'm sorry, your income at 85,000 a year. You're saying he's giving you about 20 grand a year over the past 3 years. 20 grand is a little less than 25%.
Well, you asked me for my personal income, right? I didn't tell you what the business made,
But
right?
I asked you what, well, wait a minute, you said it's your business, correct?
Correct.
So would you agree that the defendant represents a substantial bit of income for you?
For me personally or my business?
For you personally?
No,
Well, if your personal income is $85,000 and he's giving you $20,000, you just don't consider $20,000 to be significant. Is that
he's
correct?
not paying me personally. He's paying my business.
So in the end, if he's paying, who owns your business?
I do.
So in the end, does the money go back to you?
Not all of it. I have employees.
So you say that he is a friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
How close of a friend?
Speak time to time, not often. Sometimes I don't hear from him.
How often do you talk to him?
Once every other month, possibly.
Once or, so you're aware, I just want to back up. Fair to say that the defendant is a pretty big person within the rap world entertainment industry.
You can say that.
Well, I'm not asking. If I'd say it, would you agree to it?
Sure.
And would you agree that his girlfriend, significant other, she's even bigger than he is, right?
Sure.
For someone like you, would you agree that being in a good relationship with people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, that is a positive for your career, is that right?
Well, I only do business with them. I don't do business with his significant
That
other.
wasn't my question, those were striking answers.
Stay.
Listen to my question.
Sure.
My question is, would you agree that people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, given the business you're in, that getting in good with them is positive for your future business?
Sure.
And in fact, that's why as soon as, according to your testimony, as soon as you finish that call with A$AP Relli, you called the defendant, right?
Correct.
And in fact, it's fair to say, you did this call because you wanted to set up Relli to see what you could figure out, what might end up helping A$AP Rocky in this case, correct?
No.
So when you set this up, you said you wanted to video, you wanted to audio record. That sounds like you had some planning involved, correct?
I didn't set anything up. I was there to mediate the situation.
So you just decided that you were gonna call him up, chat him up, and then immediately after that call, even though you only talk to him like every other month, you're like, yeah, I think I'll call A$AP Rocky up.
Well, he was calling me numerous times first.
Who was calling you, A$AP Rocky?
Really?
That's not what I asked you, most of this, right? Yeah, you know what, I'll
Wait a minute, he misunderstood.
Listen to my question.
Ask the question again.
What I'm asking you is, you're telling me you rarely talk to A$AP Rocky. You talk to him maybe every other month, right?
Correct.
But as soon as you spoke to Relli, the first thing you do is call him up and let him know, hey, here's what I got, right?
Correct. It's a situation between them two.
And you were looking to parlay your calling Relli to see if you can help ASAP Rocky and ingratiate yourself with him, correct?
No.
Well, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if ASAP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
No, I'll be fine.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. If ASAP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting that 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward, correct?
Objecting.
Grounds?
Thank you, sir. The first question was, it wouldn't be positive. You answered that.
That's not a legal objection.
Just state the legal question.
It's a different question. The first question was a different question than what you
It's not a legal objection.
Just, hold on.
Courtroom. It's a courtroom.
Read the last question.
Your Honor, we don't have a legal objection.
You did the trial?
No, I didn't do it. It's misleading the witness. The first question that he answered was a different question.
That's not an objection, Your Honor. It's not
I
a legal
just did.
objection.
Objection misleading. There it is.
That's not a legal
Both
California
of you
objection.
stop. Both of you be quiet. State the question. And the answer.
Question, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if ASAP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him? Answer, no, I'll be fine. Question, that's not what I asked. Listen to my question. If ASAP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting the 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward. That's when there was an objection.
It's a fair question.
You understand my question?
Objection's overruled.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. You testified that you're making approximately 20 grand a year. You said your income is $85,000 a year. I'm just asking, you would agree that if he gets convicted, you would agree that probably does not portend well for you with respect to continuing to get 20 grand a year from him, correct?
Sure.
Sure, is that a yes?
Yes.
So-
Technically, yes. Yeah.
You would agree that no matter what actually happened in this incident, your motivation, your goal, as you sit here, is you don't want your friend to get convicted, correct?
No, my goal is to tell the truth.
That's not what I asked you. Do you agree that as you sit here right now, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you don't want him to be convicted?
Technically, no, I don't want anyone to go to jail, so, no.
So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
The objection.
Grounds.
It's a fair question.
Your Honor, again, he doesn't, he just says objection and then he gives no grounds.
All right, well,
Judge,
in
when you asked me
any grounds, it's overruled.
Okay.
So the question can be asked.
Ask again?
Please read the question back.
Question, so what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
No.
So a moment ago, you just said you don't want anybody to get convicted and go to jail. Now I've just asked you whether you want the defendant to be convicted, even if he committed a crime, and you said, no, I don't agree that I don't want him convicted, which is,
If he committed a crime, sure. Justice, right, needs to be served, so.
so as you sit here today, your position is you're just an unbiased person coming in here to do your civic duty.
Correct, I was friends with both of them, so.
Well, you weren't really good friends with Relli, correct? You're much closer to the defendant.
I was friends with him,
Well, you were much closer to the defendant, correct?
correct,
You said you flew out here, is that right?
correct.
I assume was that first class or business?
It was business,
Nice lie flat seats, I assume?
Sure.
Yeah, well, I wasn't there. So does sure mean that's what happened? What does sure mean?
Sure means yes.
Okay, if you can answer yes or no, and just make it easier with my question.
No problem.
Okay. So you flew out yesterday on a lie flat seat at the expense of the defendant.
All right, it looks like they're back. We're switching here.
Let me know when you're ready for this.
Now, the file for proof, they were going to explain their further investigative steps, why they collected the video they did and didn't. That was why I was.
So it's not offered to prove that the person in the video is Relli. It's being offered to prove
His belief.
to show why Detective Flores did what he did.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's fair.
So the videos they collected.
Here's the thing. I think they watch our streams because I was talking the most garbage about how terrible the quality looked on the camera. The judge actually looks pretty nice. The quality looks better, does it not? It looks a little different. But let's go on in and see what happens.
Before he came to the initial conclusion that it was Relli. So they didn't go collect the videos because he realized it wasn't Relli. The videos they collected were all collected from the outset, everyone. And after that, at the preliminary hearing, for example, he testified, yes, that's Relli. I believe that's Relli. Based on what he told me, that's Relli. So what was just proper, as Norfolk proved wrong, was that I should be able to ask him that question to explain their further investigative steps.
You should ask him what question. You should be able to ask him what question.
No. They just said, they shouldn't be asking that
shouldn't.
question, because they just said to you, they promised you that the reason they should ask him that question, should be able to ask him that question, is because it explains their further investigative steps, i.e., go get the videos. The videos were gotten early. They got no additional videos after they came to a conclusion initially that lasted up until the preliminary hearing at the very least, that was relevant. So they didn't take any additional further steps once they changed their opinion or their mind. They changed their mind based on his testimony, obviously. But in 2023, under oath, this detective, who I think is a perfect detective and a nice guy, said under oath that, yes, my opinion, that's relevant. They didn't take any additional investigative steps after that. So it doesn't explain investigative steps. You made a ruling, Ron. What? You're looking for what?
No, you're saying he didn't take any additional
There
investigation.
was nothing else. There was no videos to collect. You just said,
What's the next thing he did? After,
No, he's exactly making the point that I want to make, which is they did believe that was Terrell up until very.
Okay, so
they
what's
couldn't
the-
have gone back to go.
so what did Detective Flores then do, based on his belief that was relevant?
But he stopped collecting video at that point. He thought, okay, we have him here, that's him on the video, we don't need any more video past this. Fast forward to piecing together other information, details from timestamps, that he now knows, oh, we didn't collect enough video, we should have collected more, because that could have captured him.
I've heard from both of you, here's the rule. It's, the offer of proof is fair game. You can ask the question, Mr. Tacopina, you can follow it up with, are you gonna cross-examine him, or is this? Say again?
yes,
Yes, what?
yes, I'm the
Oh, you are? All right,
Yes.
you can follow it up.
Thanks.
All right, Detective,
Can I talk to him for 1 second?
Again, I asked for,
You didn't say it.
I'm not on council, that, I asked court for about 15 or 20 minutes between the direct and cross, 12.
fine,
I'm just letting you, Judge, I'm just letting you guys.
Fine.
I don't think we get into 12 today, okay? Because we have, we go to 4 minutes, right? I have at least an hour.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, that's not based on where we are now.
all right. So after the detective is the firearms person?
Yes, you can be ready tomorrow.
Is he, and he's your last people's witness?
Yes.
All right, so, we'll get to,
Let me grab this super real quick, guys, but that was really important what the judge just mentioned. The state's about to wrap up their case. They're done. So we have this detective, and then there's a firearms expert, and that's it. That's the state's case. That's it. I mean, they're gonna be done today. Today is day 7 of the trial, and the state is already rested. So we got this and video. Is it enough? So let's finish up with this detective, but wow. Shout out to Star Wars Iron Giant. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, AV, who do you enjoy watching more, Tacopina or Max and Steel? Definitely got to be Max and Steel. I mean, I just like, Max is just such a great lawyer. Like, if I wanted to practice, I would want to be Max Shard when I grew up. You know, he's just really good. But that's the answer to your question. And thank you so much, Star Wars Iron Giant. All right, let's watch the case wrap up. They're almost done. You know, yesterday I had the wrap it up box, but apparently we don't need it. Like, now they're ready.
The defense case tomorrow?
Yeah, after that, we'll listen first. Yeah. Wait a minute, Your Honor, because I thought you made a ruling and I changed my whole course at lunchtime, so now I have to unchange my course, so if you need a minute, please.
Let me know when you're ready for this. How much longer do you have on your examination?
I
Just rough,
I honestly think about an hour. I have this and then the search warrant and then, you know. I this thing I want to talk to them about before we go back and pretty dirty, so. We'll have to give you time. I just need a second.
Go ahead. This is understood the calls. Always fun to
This has so I'm going to suggest that you open it up and here and it goes to him and he opens it. Your Honor, can I borrow your knife?
Just wait a minute. I thought it's crazy motion.
Oh my God, did the judge just pull out a knife? What the fuck? What is going on? Your Honor, can I borrow your knife? And the judge actually pulls out a knife out of his pocket, I think. Let me see.
Your Honor, can I borrow your knife?
Just wait a minute. By the way, why do you have that? I thought it's crazy motion.
Never mind, I'll get up. It was a gift.
What do you do that? Have a look at
I'm not mad, I've never mad at anything.
All right. That doesn't have money letting in your knife.
Make it think I'm
That
not
makes
mad.
it, that feels
I'm
right.
not mad.
I use the rest of money. I don't know.
Or,
Oh, yeah. Right. It's the choice out there.
Yeah, I heard about it.
I didn't answer it. He was sitting there, his eyes still.
Do you know who it was?
No, I didn't see it, but I missed it like.
No, who the lawyer was?
No, I think he's not a prosecutor.
Do you know who it was?
No, I don't know.
I heard about that.
Just run up to him. No interaction, no interaction.
Let me see about something unrelated. Come on up.
Come on, people, get it together. Jeez, it's like coming back from lunch is such a big deal. Yeah, they're still not ready. Okay, so we are waiting for them to start the afternoon session. So as mentioned, guys, like the state is about to rest their case. They have 2 more witnesses. Actually, not even 2. Like we're in the middle of this one. We have 1 more witness after this. And then we'll see if, you know, if we're going to get a motion for summary judgment, some sort of motion. Sometimes that happens in criminal cases. So once the state is done with their case in chief, you're at the middle of a trial, and before the defense decides if they're going to put witnesses up, likely we are going to see a motion for summary judgment. So know that we're probably going to see that. I mean, we're running out of time. It could be today. It could be today, guys. All right, we got sound. Sounds like the jury is coming back in. Well, they just cut the sound.
Jurors are present, all parties of the council are present. Detective Flores is on stand, and Mr. Kozlovic. Yes, perfect.
So right before the break, I played you the video of an individual returning to that intersection at Vista Del Mar and Selma after the shooting. And we talked about up until, when you collected that video, you initially believed that that was Mr. Efron, correct?
Correct.
And the last question posed to you was, as you sit here today with the information that you know from his text messages, comparing his clothing, the timestamp on the text message, on the photograph, are you still of the opinion, or do you still believe that that is Mr. Efron?
I don't.
Okay. There was a video clip played while Mr. Efron was testifying, which was a portion of an interview that you conducted with him in, I believe it was, I want to get the date wrong. One moment. So, it's from your interview with him on December 17th, 2021. Specifically on page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16, where Mr. Efron says to you, at this point, you were showing him surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
And I believe, if you need to go back to the video to refresh your memory, we can, but I believe at that portion, you were trying to queue up the video to show him. Does that sound accurate?
Correct.
And while he's sitting there, he says to you, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
At the moment that Mr. Efron said that, were there, what was displaying on the video that he was looking at, or was he even looking at video at that exact moment?
I believe this is a secondary clip of the time period which we thought he had returned to pick up the casings, which was, I believe, 23:10 hours on the day of the 6th.
Okay, you were there when he made those statements.
Correct. Yes.
Did you receive that as him pointing out that that's my girl on the clip, or did you receive that as him asking you the question, do you see her on this?
I took it as you see her.
Not that he was specifically pointing something out.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the surveillance video. And I want to move on from this location number 2. Now continuing around Vista Del Mar to location number 3. Can you describe that location for the jury?
Yes, I think 3 and 4 were residential units that had cameras facing outward towards Vista Del Mar, the portion kind of between the Bend and El Centro.
So I just want to clarify. You said number 4
Oh, sorry.
was the loading dock, correct?
Yeah, 3 is has the 2 angles towards Vista Del Mar, and yeah, 4 is facing El Centro.
Okay. So 3 was a private residence that had cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the cameras, like where they were oriented or?
They were oriented pointed kind of at street level. It's an apartment or a unit that's on the ground, so they were kind of facing out at kind of high level or from the window and
Onto Vista Del Mar?
onto Vista Del Mar
Okay, and,
from the inside.
let me pull up one of those camera angles and ask you some questions about it. So I'm going, Your Honor, on People's 15.
And real quick, guys, just a breaking update from inside of the courthouse. It looks like there are protests happening in downtown LA, which could impact the Rocky trial. It's happening by the courthouse. All the ramps are closed down. Fireworks could be heard from the courthouse. And the judges are likely going to inform the courtroom that they are keeping a close eye on things. Just letting y'all know in case something happens, but something's going on in downtown LA.
Second file is labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard Residence. And within that, there's 3 video files. They're labeled, 3 files labeled camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. I'm going to focus on camera 2. The first video file in that folder is labeled 1A220214. So, detective, I have this paused very early in the video. I can't honestly read the timestamp, but it's got to be very close to the beginning, correct?
3 seconds.
Okay. All I want where this is paused is to orient the jury to what we were looking at on this, from this camera.
Yes, this street in front of us is Vista Del Mar as it comes around the bend from Selma. So, street comes up, and this is the bend that leads to El Centro on the far left. The building across the street is part of 1616 Vista Del Mar. I have the different angles views from Selma up through Vista Del Mar and then here on the bend on the way around.
And this camera specifically, camera 2 from this location that we're looking at, it has coverage that overlaps with one of the cameras on 1616 Vista Del Mar, correct?
Correct.
Last feature I want to ask, a couple features I want to ask about this. This camera, did it only capture video or did it also capture audio?
It also had audio.
All right. There's like a bluish tinge to the video. Do you have any idea what that is?
I believe there were some lights that the owner or occupant had on the inside that were kind of reflecting off the glass.
Okay.
Does Rocky have on a coat?
Fast forward this to trying to get it to. Okay, actually, let me pull it down to the feed for you to see the timestamp.
Why does Rocky have a coat on? Look at so serious.
We started at 14:30 on the video player. And Your Honor, I believe with this video player, when it gets to the end of the clip, it will automatically start playing the next clip, which is 1A221716. If that makes sense. All right, I'm going to start playing from here. Okay, I'm gonna pause it right as it switches to the next clip. Detective, what did you hear in that short portion of the video that's played?
Two loud noises that to me appeared to be gunshots.
Followed by,
The sound of a horn after the first gunshot that set off like a vehicle alarm. That would be my best guess.
when you say horn, you mean car alarm?
A car alarm.
Okay. Up to this point in the video, have you seen any people or any movement on the video itself?
No, not at the point of that the shots are heard.
Okay. I will continue to play it from here. So you jumped away. Sorry. All right, detective, I'm gonna pause it. Can you do me a favor and just read the timestamp?
The time in is 15 seconds.
And what have you seen on the video up to this point?
The sound of the appeared to be gunfire, followed by two individuals coming from the area just south of this, which is coming up from Selma and coming around the corner here in front of the camera, seconds after.
And would you agree with me, there's two people that are depicted on the screen right now?
Yes, one after the other.
And which one's the first one that appeared?
The one in the black hoodie.
And then the second person?
The second one appeared to have a red jacket.
And were those individuals consistent with the individuals you saw from the 1616 Vista Del Mar address?
Yes.
All right, and which direction are they walking towards?
They are walking north to east towards El Centro.
Towards El Centro?
Correct.
All right. All right. All right, let's pause it there. Can you tell us the time on the video there?
Sure. It's 55 seconds in.
Okay, and that that last individual or the individual that we see on the screen where it's paused here, can you describe that individual?
Yes, it appears to be the last individual from the prior video off of Vista Del Mar. The individual wearing a blue jacket and a blue hat.
Okay. And also walking towards which street?
Again, he's walking northbound Vista Del Mar to eastbound Vista Del Mar towards El Centro.
Okay. All right, I'm going to read the second stipulation. Stipulation number 2, video surveillance from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard at private residence. LAPD Detective James King downloaded surveillance video with audio email from the homeowner of a residence at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The residence was located on Vista Del Mar Avenue, west of El Centro Avenue. The video and audio were originally recorded between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The video, date, and timestamp are accurate as to actual time.
Should I stipulate that?
They're all signed stipulations, so do you used to agree on the record, or is it enough that it's a signed document?
Sure, I think the jury's entitled to look at specific. Both sides stipulate.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go back to People's 33. Now, so far, would you agree that those 3 individuals that we've been tracking have in general been following the red arrows starting at 1 and working their way towards number 3.
Yes.
All right. And then if they continued on that path on Vista Del Mar, they would get to El Centro, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I want to go to location number 4. So that was, you said earlier, was a loading dock.
Correct.
I'm going back to the folder in People's 15, Your Honor, labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, in parentheses WNPM, and I'm playing the video file that starts with .ext loading dock. Detective, where is that pause on the timestamp?
7 minutes, 24 seconds in.
You can go back just a little. Yeah, do that. Would you read the timestamp for us?
Yes, here on the lower left, it's 6 minutes, 39 seconds.
Okay, on the video player, correct?
Correct, on the video player here on the left corner.
Okay. Can you orient the jury, as this is paused, what the features of the video are?
Yes, so this is the loading dock, which is facing El Centro here, which is the main street in front of it. To the right is the street here, where the pointer is. That's Vista Del Mar, or Vista Del Mar meets El Centro. So these individuals are coming in off of Vista Del Mar, walking northbound. The street up from this location is Hollywood Boulevard, which would be north. So we're looking at a kind of a southerly direction. They are walking northbound.
Okay. And I will keep playing. I'll play, this is a short clip, I'll just play it from here.
Okay, so they're walking.
All right. Will you tell me the timestamp where it's paused on the player?
Yes, lower left corner, it's 6 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right. I know there's a number of individuals on that video, but the two that walked from the direction of Vista Del Mar towards Hollywood Boulevard, can you describe them?
Yes, one of the individuals is wearing a black hoodie with kind of a design on the hood. The other individual is wearing a kind of distinctly colored, kind of reddish jacket with black.
Okay. Let's start with the man that you described with the black hoodie. I'll mark my next exhibit here, 36.
That's the thing, Keyshawn. We haven't seen anything more revealing from a different camera angle. Like, and for them to be almost done resting their case, like by the end of the day, we're also hearing that tomorrow the defense is going to start putting up their version of the case. We're definitely going to see emotion, right? But it is interesting. I'm hoping to see something a little bit more from the prosecutors here beyond what we've already seen.
a document with two still images from the surveillance video, side by side. Detective, showing you these two still images. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes,
Can you describe them for the jury?
yes, the photo on the left is a still from the parking surveillance camera or the incident.
Hold on. You have water?
Yes, it
That lady is coughing again.
You want a break? You think you're okay or you're okay?
I'm okay.
May you continue the answer? Or we still want to?
Fine.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Here's your number one. You're all right.
Yeah, the photo on the left is a still from the first surveillance camera located at the parking common block entrance. And the second is still off the camera from the loading dock on El Centro. So one on Argyle, one on El Centro, kind of the start and the end of where we kind of started capturing video, kind of the last one we captured video.
Okay. And you're going to make 36, if I can go back, make it a 2-page document. So I'll make this first page that we just talked about, that I was referring to as 36, I'll make that 36A, and the second page will be 36B. With the court's permission?
Yes.
36B, I would describe it for the record as similar to 36A. It's two still images from the surveillance video side by side, just displaying different features of the clothing on the left-hand side photograph. All right, Detective, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I
Can
do.
you describe it for the viewers?
Again, the first photograph is from the still from the parking entrance on Argyle, where the incident began. The second one is from the loading dock off of El Centro. Just looking at the similarities from my point of view, where obviously the design, specific design on the sweater, specifically the chest area between the first camera on Argyle and the second camera off the Centro.
Okay. I'm going to mark two more exhibits, 37 and 38. They are similar to 36, Your Honor, but 37 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the red jacket, and 38 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the blue jacket. All right, Detective, showing you equals 37. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yeah, yes.
Can you describe, we'll just describe this for the jury if you would.
Again, one's a screen capture from the surveillance camera off of Argyle, the parking lot entrance. The second one is a screen capture image from the loading dock entrance off of El Centro. Specifically looking at the red box as outlined, where it is a kind of right shoulder area of an individual wearing a jacket that is consistent with the individual off the second image off of Centro.
Okay. And lastly, equals 38. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what's that?
Again, one photograph is from the camera off the parking lot entrance off Argyle. The second screen capture is off of one of the cameras on Crystal Del Mar. I believe this is right off the turn, headed towards El Centro. And specifically between both photographs, I can see that it's the same individual based on the hat, the clothing, a lot of similarities that would give me My opinion would be that it's the same individual.
As the detective assigned to this case, or as the handling detective, were you aware of when the defendant, the man seated at the council table with the jacket on, was arrested in this case?
Yes,
What date was that?
it was April 20th, 2022.
And where
Uh-oh.
specifically was he when that arrest occurred?
I was at LAX,
The-
Los Angeles Airport.
It's
Okay.
when they arrested Rocky.
That same day, did you search any locations?
Yes, we conducted a search pursuant to a search warrant of his residence.
Okay, and we have agreed to refer to that residence as his West Hollywood home, so we would not state the address, please. In order to conduct that search, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And were you personally present when his West Hollywood home was searched on April 20, 2022?
Yes, I was there. I was present.
Would it be fair to describe that house as a relatively large house?
Yes.
How, in general, was the search of that house conducted?
It was conducted with a team of officers and detectives that assisted with the search, securing the location primarily first, and then going through each room and area systematically looking for specific items that we were searching for related to this case.
And when you say there was a team of people, did you kind of split up the room so that one part of the team would search one room and another part would search another room?
Correct.
When anything of significance was located, what would be your involvement at that point?
I was called over and the item was pointed out, and I was given information as far as what condition it was in or where it was originally seen.
During the search of his residence, were you alerted to multiple firearm-related items that were found in his house?
Yes, including things we were looking for and other things that we weren't, but anything substantial that they wanted me to look at, I went there and looked at. It wasn't necessarily everything that we seized.
But would it have been everything firearm-related?
Yes.
And if you could narrow it down to one room in the house, what room was the firearm-related evidence observed in?
It was what I would kind of describe as the master bedroom of the house belonging to Mr. Myers.
Okay. Did you observe any fire-related evidence in any other rooms in the house?
No.
Let's start with the actual firearms. Did you observe any actual guns in
About
this house?
time.
Yes.
Let's
What-
see him.
How many?
3.
And
3 guns.
if you can describe for the jury, how can you distinguish between the 3 of them or describe them each in a unique way?
Yes. One I would describe as a rifle, another as a shotgun, another as a handgun.
Okay. Exhibits. I have 6 pages. If they may be marked as People's 39, A through F. I'm gonna start with people's 39A. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what would this be?
That is the angle of the master bedroom facing the bed.
Okay. Would you agree, would this be the same room that you've been talking about where the firearms were specifically located?
Correct.
All right, we go to 39B.
Pretty messy for a celebrity.
Yes, that's a side table adjacent to the bed.
Okay. There's an item with a red rectangle around it, just above that side table. Can you make out that item?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a handgun.
And would that be the handgun that you were describing earlier?
Yeah, I described it.
Not judging, but there's like toilet paper. Yeah, I don't know. There's lotion. What is happening here? There's a lot of things on that side table. It's pretty revealing.
Kind of a large caliber handgun.
All right, before we move on, there's another set of boxes or items at the lower left-hand corner with another red rectangle around them. What's that?
Correct. I believe that was the case where the rifle and shotgun were contained.
Facts.
Carrying case.
Bunch of random stuff.
Let's start with the handgun. That item, would you agree, was directly behind, essentially like the headboard of the bed?
Yes, kind of behind the bed.
All right. I'll show you 39C.
Oh, there's the first
Do
one.
you recognize what you see there?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the handgun. Again, I've described it as a large caliber handgun.
Just a close-up of the same gun that we just pointed out.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what caliber handgun that was?
I believe it's a 44 caliber handgun.
Are you positive that it was not a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
Did you inspect the gun?
I saw it where it was, and as the detectives had found it, located it, came to me. I don't recall picking it up and handling it myself.
Did you inspect it enough to determine whether or not it was a real gun?
Yes.
Was it a real gun?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not it was loaded?
I do not know.
Is that a revolver or a semi-automatic?
That's a semi-automatic.
And is there a magazine for that handgun?
Yes.
Is it loaded? Is it shoved up inside of the grip?
From this angle, it looks like there is a magazine seated in the weapon.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move back over to People's 39B and focus on the items in the bottom left-hand corner. And for that, I'm going to display People's 39B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
Just a better angle of the same outside boxes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go to 39E. What do you see there?
Yes, that's where you see the one case that's been opened. You can see inside, I believe that is the rifle.
He has a rifle.
When you see that, it's closer to the bottom of the page, because there's two boxes here, correct?
Correct, 2 boxes. So I'm looking at the lower box here, specifically, it's kind of cracked open and you can see the inside. And I can see the bottom end of what I believe is the rifle.
And did you inspect that gun close enough to know if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Correct, yes.
And what was it?
It's a real gun.
And does that gun fire 9mm ammunition?
It does.
Okay. And then lastly, 39F. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes, here on the right. So both cases are now open. The case on the right specifically, I can see the outline of the shotgun, also in addition to the shotgun shells in the carrier of the stock.
Let's see if I can get the glare off there. It's kind of hard to see. That was getting better. The shotgun you described as being on the right-hand side, correct?
Correct. Shotgun's here on the right, the rifle's on the left, and that's 2 separate cases.
Got it. Okay. And with the shotgun specifically, did you inspect it close enough to tell if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Yes,
And what was it?
real gun.
Okay. Will that gun shoot 9mm ammunition, the shotgun?
No.
Did you collect any of those guns?
No,
Why not?
they weren't part of what we were looking for pursuant to the search warrant.
And was that specifically 9mm caliber handgun?
9mm caliber weapons or evidence of possession, purchase, anything related to a 9mm, specifically 9mm handgun.
Okay. Those 3 guns in that location, was that?
Okay, so Rocky had 3 guns in the house, registered. The search warrant that they had, when you have a search warrant and when police go to perform the search warrant, there are specific things that you're looking for. Sometimes there are things that are in plain view that would be subject to confiscation, drugs, things of the like, but these are registered guns. The search warrant was very limited in scope to one thing, the 9mm, right? So that's why they're talking about this, but it was interesting that they did not, and they couldn't, because if those firearms are registered, they couldn't confiscate them. So it's interesting.
They were when you first observed them?
Yes,
In close proximity to the bed in the master bedroom?
yes.
Okay. In addition to the 3 guns that we just talked about, was there any other firearm-related evidence that you were alerted to in his home?
Yes.
What was that?
A magazine, a 9mm magazine for a Glock 23, collected from a box in the master bedroom closet.
That is a good question. Where is the prop gun?
Now I'm gonna mark 2 more photos, 2 40 A and B. I'm going to show you, start with people's 40A. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And just to orient the jurors, this white object on the left lower right corner, would that be the bed?
Yes, this is from the headboard view, the headboard looking towards the foot of the bed. On the right is the kind of walk-in closet. On the left is the kind of walk-in master suite bathroom. And then I believe there's a sliding glass door here on the far left leading out to kind of a balcony.
Okay. Lastly, I'll go to part B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a box containing ammunition, magazines for a rifle, and it specifically is a rifle.
Thank you.
Sorry. And in the center here, there's the magazine that was recovered containing live ammunition, specifically 9mm ammunition.
In that photograph, underneath the magazines, it looks like there are a number of boxes. What are those boxes?
The boxes underneath are ammunition, I believe, that was consistent with the rifle that was in one of the cases.
Were any of those boxes consistent with 9mm ammunition?
No.
You said that magazine was for a 9mm handgun, correct?
Correct.
A smaller one?
Yes, I believe it's a Glock 43.
Okay. And was that 9 9mm magazine collected along with the ammunition that was loaded inside.
Yes, it was.
I have 2 envelopes here, Your Honor. In agreement with the defense, they are inner envelopes that were taken out of a larger outer envelope. Another item that was in the outer envelope is not being used, so the returns is detected. We were just using the inner envelopes.
That's part of 32? Or do you want to mark it separate?
I think I want to mark it separately, Your Honor, and I'll mark each of the envelopes separately just so we don't get them confused.
This one's going to be 41.
I'll mark the magazines 41. And I'll mark the ammunition as 42. These envelopes were open as the jurors will walk through, Your Honor, so they are previously open. Detective, I'll approach first with, let me write it on the envelope so I don't forget the numbers. 41. Do you recognize that object?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the magazine that we recovered. I'm showing that photograph on the screen.
In the master bedroom closet?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe what that object is, or tell us the features of it? What's the brand of that object?
It's a Glock brand magazine, which has a capacity of 6 rounds that can be loaded. In a semi-automatic firearm, the rounds are loaded into the magazine. As you press them down, they're loaded to capacity. And then once the magazine is filled to whatever ammunition is available or to capacity, it's then seated inside of the weapon. The weapon is then charged, so we chamber a round into the chamber, which makes the gun ready at that point.
Okay. And you specifically said this was for a Glock, correct?
Glock 43.
Okay. 9mm.
9mm.
And then People's 42 has, you want to count how many there are there?
There's 6 live rounds of ammunition for all 9mm.
Are they all the same make and model? Yeah.
Yes.
And what caliber are they?
9mm.
Shout out to Nene. I haven't seen you in so long, sis. Our favorite Aussie, all the way from Australia with the two Australian bucks. She said, whatever she passing around, we not there. This woman is coughing up a storm. It is a jury member. And imagine being in a jury box with 11 other people, and one of them is coughing like this. And then there's a protest outside, so you can't even really get away. Crazy, right? Insane. Hopefully nobody gets sick after this.
And what's the brand?
Sig Luger.
SIG, S-I-G, Luger, L-U-G-E-R. Okay. I'll put one of these on the screen. First time I put up People's 41, that's the magazine, correct?
Correct.
And then next to it, I'll put one of the items from People's 42. That's the unfired bullet, correct?
Correct. That's a live round of 9mm.
Okay. And then on the bottom is where it says SIG 9mm Bluebird, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna put that back in envelope number 42, and I'll put the magazine back in envelope 41. Did you observe any guns in the defendant's home which would accept or utilize the magazine that you marked as equal sporting?
No. None that I found, none that were pointed out to me or identified by anybody else in the search.
In your experience owning firearms, specifically with semi-automatic firearms, is it common that if you own a gun, you may possess multiple magazines for that firearm?
Yes. My experience, anytime I purchased a gun, semi-automatic specifically, it's come with more than just one magazine.
Based on your experience in law enforcement and with gun ownership specifically, are you aware of any purpose why someone would possess a single handgun magazine without also possessing a gun capable of accepting
Objection or close speculation.
Sustained.
During the entirety of the search at the defendant's home, did you personally observe any fake guns, prop guns, or starter guns?
I did not, and nothing to that description was pointed out to me or identified during the search.
During the search, did you observe any ammunition or a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter gun?
No, I did not, and along the same lines, nothing was identified to me by any other member of the search team.
When it related to this case, were you first made aware that there was an allegation that the gun used at the scene was a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
Objection.
All right, hold on.
He just voted when he was made aware.
Overall,
You can answer, Detective. So when related to this investigation was the first time that you were made aware the allegation that the gun used at the scene was a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
I believe it was last Monday, which was the 20, I'd have to look at my calendar. But it was Monday when you called to let me know, and I was made aware that that was what was.
Okay, when you say the Monday, would it have been around when jury selection started in this case, or was there already evidence being presented?
That was when, right during jury selection.
Okay, around the 20th, would that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Of January?
Right.
And we're talking about 2025.
2025.
I don't have anything else in here.
this is probably a
Ross?
good time to take a break. All right, folks, the clock has been adjusted, so the clock is now accurate. So let's break until 5 minutes to 3, at which time we will resume. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Get the camera with the ladder and replace the battery.
All right, guys. So they're taking a break. They will be coming back. And let me just make sure that we are all current with time here. They said 5 minutes to 3, so they will be back at 2:55. So we've got about a few minutes, 15 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll go through our super chats. But here's what's happening. They just wrapped up with this witness who is the detective. And what did we learn? We learned that he performed the search at ASAP Rocky's house. They found 3 guns. One was a 9mm, one was a shotgun, one was a rifle, right? Registered, right? They go in the closet and they find a box. And in this box, it includes ammunition and things of the like. Now, their very last witness that the state of California is putting up is an expert in firearms. So what we need to determine is that if Relli bagged and tagged his own stuff, does it match? Does it match? Is it a real gun? If you guys think it was a prop gun, put prop in the chat. If you think it was actually a real gun, just be like, listen, AV, I love you, but it was a real gun. Type what you think in the chat. We need to do a social experiment on this because the guns that were in his home were real. And if you do have them, why would you need a prop gun? You know, so it's interesting. Trenton says real. 808 says, I plead the fifth. Kiana says real. Jojo says real. Delano says real. All of y'all think it was real. We got a prop. We got a prop. Sick Day Cooking Again says it was a prop. We got real. Faye says 2. June says prop. Corey says real AF. See, that is interesting. Real guns, not a prop gun. And the state is bringing, not even the state, the defense is leading with that. They have 1 witness left. And the defense is going to be starting tomorrow. If it's going to be 3 o'clock, we have 1 hour left of court time. So we have this 1 firearms expert that's coming in and probably going to do direct examination on that guy. And then we're also probably going to get some cross on this guy. So Tacopina we'll see. It might be the younger guy. We've heard from him that is sitting next to Tacopina on ASAP's team. So we'll see if they take that. But it is going to be interesting. We're almost done, halfway through the trial, guys. Halfway through. This thing could be done by Friday, maybe even sooner. And who knows how long it's going to take for the jury to deliberate. This is a pretty quick trial. I mean, compared to like YSL, we're here all the time with YSL. But this is interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's come to our super chats while we wait. I'm going to bring us all the way up to the top. Cam, thank you again for becoming a member. And congratulations on passing the bar exam in your state. You guys are looking at Cam, a newly minted attorney. Very, very nice to have you a part of the squad and always enjoy reading your comments in the chat. Congratulations again, Cam. Shout out to Tada again. See, she gifted a membership at the very beginning. I missed this one, Tada, but I did get the 5 that you sent. So Tada sent you guys 6 memberships today. Very, very nice of you. And this is that comment from Cam where he says he passed the bar in Kentucky a few months ago. Although he does not work in criminal law, it's his favorite by far to watch and always fascinating. It is because you can't make this shit up, Cam. You can't. You really can't. You know, Relli's on the stand acting crazy. You know, people are recording things behind each other's backs. You know, he's being super rude to Tacopina yesterday. So that was wild too. But it's also like, you know, you want the 30 million judgment. He's not hiding the ball about that at all. And this is a celebrity case. This is not like, you know, normal everyday stuff. Like this is somebody that, you know, is high profile. Although, you know, I can't understand why his room was so messy. You know, it was a messy room. Guys, make sure you keep your room clean. You never know when you're going to have company. And like, look, in this case, the police was the company. And so if you got your lotion out and your 2-ply TP next to the bed, I'm here. What are we going to think, Rocky? What are you doing, Rocky? What are you up to, Rocky? You know, there's lighters everywhere. So obviously some type of smoking was happening, but wow. And I don't judge, whatever. But it's just, you know, the toilet paper next to the bed, Rocky. What are we doing? Shout out to Deonra, who drops a $2 super sticker. Thank you so much, Deonra. One of my faves. Always, always, always here. Really appreciate all the support, D. You know what it is already. Again, huge shout out to Trainwreck Entertainment for the generous $50 super chat. Coming to D again with the 2. Deonra says CSI versus reality. Damn, disappointing. And that's the thing. Like the way that this is all investigated, it's like, like Relli's just going back to the scene of the crime. We saw that one police officer earlier today where, he's the guy at the front desk. Relli comes in like, hey, here's my attorney and I have this evidence. Like, can you process it? Like, can we go after Rocky? Can I sit with y'all and tell y'all everything? ASAP Telly, I'm here. I'm telling on this ninja. I want my money. I'm going to be on an island somewhere. That's what he's saying here. It's super, super interesting. Again, thank you so much to Deonra, but in this case, CSI was Relli. And think about that. Let's say you're on trial for something, and the evidence is collected by a civilian. Not law enforcement, a civilian. Put yourself in Rocket's shoes. I mean, granted, I don't know if you're going to pull a gun out on somebody, but like this, I've never seen this before. I've never read cases like this before where people, they process their own evidence, apparently. Weird. You can't make it up. You cannot make it up. Thank you so much, D. I caught this one earlier today. Thank you so much. E. Capone, my appeal fell through. It's all good. Yeah, thanks for keeping us updated on that. What I really enjoy about this community is y'all talk to each other. I see it. Like some of y'all are friends. Like y'all just connect and you'll be cutting up. Like Petty Pendergrass went on a tangent earlier with this man's hair. That hair was thick. He said, what did he say? He said, you would need Moses to part his hair. Not Moses, but y'all are amazing. So E. Capone, thank you for keeping us updated on your situation. And thank you guys for supporting E. Capone. He hits me with another 5, says, I appreciate the love, family. That's what we're here for. That is what we're here for. Belfast BMAC. I never found out if you're actually in Belfast. We global over here. We have Nene, who is out in Australia. Belfast BMAC. Let us know where you are. It'd be great to see that. Kelly Applegate, I caught this one. Thanks again for stopping through. Kelly, you're always appreciated. Really appreciate the $10 super. Star Wars Iron Giant with the 5 says, AV, who do you enjoy watching more, Takapina or Max and Steel? And I answered that question already. And then lastly, we caught Nene as well. No gloves, Tamika. Did you see that? They were handling the evidence, the shells that bagged and tagged by our friends here. No gloves. And that's the other thing. Wouldn't the evidence be compromised if Relli's running around and capturing things himself? Wouldn't there be like GSR somewhere? I don't know. It's interesting. Shout out to Liz, who's in Melbourne, Australia. Look at that. We have a few Aussies watching us. Hello to the Aussies. And ironically, it is morning time in Australia. It is 5 p.m. here, almost 6 p.m. on the East Coast, and it is almost 3 p.m. on the West Coast in the United States. Keyshawn says, let's be real, though. When you become a millionaire, your lawyer's not going to trial unless the evidence is shoddy. Yeah, and what do we have here? We might have some pretty shoddy evidence. Really shoddy evidence, Shout out to Mark the paralegal who says it's crazy work. You have a clip that holds 6 rounds and you have the 6 rounds. Facts, Mark. I mean, yes. Oh my God, you just woke me up. I didn't even realize that. So they're not, were the 6 rounds from in here? Were they from in here or were they somewhere else? Did they come from the gun range? As Taco Pina has been saying. That is, we'll see what this firearms expert has to say. It's going to be good testimony. Shout out to KQ, who says he planned everything from the beginning. I mean, maybe that's why his boy recorded the conversation. Wally. Yesterday I called him Wally. Wally recorded the conversation because he said Relli was being weird. Miss D says real. She thinks it's real. Oh, this is a good question. Now who's winning right now? I want to see, because when we come back from break, we'll see if Tacopina and team decide to cross-examine this detective. I mean, he's a pretty integral part to the state's case. We'll see if they decide to do that. But I really think it's going to be dependent on this firearms expert. You know, at the end of the day, guys, it's assault on camera. We have the footage. But it's not about what we feel. It's about what that jury is thinking and what they're going to do. Are they going to convict or are they going to let Rocky off? It's going to be interesting. Shout out to Kelly Kale, our favorite 2L. Drops me a 5. Says, AV, did you ever look at the clock and want to cry while in law school? Yes. Every day. You are my emotional support law tuber. I'm fine. Yes. Guys, law school is and Cam will tell you because Cam just passed the bar exam. Pretty Esquire's in the chat. She's a lawyer. She's down in Florida. Now, it's not fun. You know, I don't know, Kelly, you know what I did? I worked full time and went to law school at night. I went to law school part-time, guys. That means woke up at 7 a.m., worked from 9 to 5, sat in ridiculous traffic because Boston traffic makes no sense ever. It never makes sense. It'll be traffic at 9 o'clock in the morning, traffic at 1 o'clock in the morning, traffic at 11 o'clock at night. It makes no sense. So I used to sit in all that traffic, and then I would go to classes from 6 to 10:30. The last class was always brutal. It'd be 4 classes. Imagine taking constitutional law at 9 o'clock at night. And the professor loved to talk. He loved it. Like, you know, he just loved to go on and on about stories. And, you know, at first I was just like, oh, why do you have to be the last class of the day? Right. But then you go to criminal law, who I had like an amazing criminal defense attorney as the teacher of that course. And yeah, you were not sleeping in that class ever. Like, you know, he kept it very interesting. He'll be walking around doing his lecture or whatever. And then all of a sudden he'll just start screaming at you like, this is important. And I'm like, shit. Oh my God, I'm up, professor, I'm up. And then he would just like, you know, cold calling, randomly call on you like, AV, did you read this case? I'm like, yes. Stop and frisk. Okay, all right, relax. You know, like you had to be on your toes for that one. You don't want to show up to that class without a prepared case brief. It was not fun. Well, I'm happy that I can be your emotional support law tuber, Kelly Kell. We got to get back to the Karen Reed case soon, guys, because I think Seti was here yesterday and he was saying that there's some YSL stuff coming towards the end of the month. But right now, you know, Young Thug is back out there. He can now fly. You know, last week, I think it was Judge Whitaker, she signed an order that allows him to travel to the Atlanta airport. So he's been bouncing around all over the place. Thug is doing music again. He just did a show with Future and a few other folks. So he's out there making his money again. Good for him, you know? But in that case, apparently he is looking at some of the items that were taken from his home. Y'all remember the watch? We couldn't find the watch. Cars, things that the state took away, right? While he was in jail. So it looks like there's going to be several hearings on that coming up very soon. So we'll be on top of that one. But thank you so much, Kelly Kell. Pretty Esquire says, chain of custody be damned. That's right. Relli's chain of custody. It starts with Relli. It starts with Relli in a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts. And then earlier they were talking about a black plastic bag. So then they were in 2 separate bags. So Relli took them out, they dumped them from this bag and put them in a black bag and brought it to the police. And then it's like a black plastic bag that you get from the corner store. You know what I'm talking about? Like those things. You just bring it to the police, like fingerprints, GSR. Like, oh, I don't understand. I really don't. Wow, 808 in Norway. You keep me up late, but it's worth it. Yes. A lot of you guys, someone else was just tapping in from the UK and they're like, hurry up, I want to go to bed. But you cannot look away because the dumpster fire's here. It's wonderful. But when Relli's on the stand, you're like, all right, Relli, stop. I got to make merch that says stop. It's hilarious. I love when the judge says that. Shout out to Trent who says, I would say no, only because they take prints from the exterior of cars, which are always exposed to the elements. Good point, Trent. I didn't think of that. Liz says, yes, it's 9:50 a.m. here. Wow, look at that. Baby Kanye says that clip is iffy. It's a 9-round clip, not 6. Relli bought 3 and 6 were in the Glock 43 clip. Oh, the plot thickens, baby Kanye. Okay, interesting. 808 says it comes from the gun range. Keyshawn says they come from the leaf blower. Listen, that's a joke from the Karen Reed case. It's so crazy. Not only do police officers in my state collect evidence with red Solo cups, to clear away because it was snowing out, to clear off an area. Why these ninjas go to one of the fellow police officers' houses and picked up a leaf blower, brought it back to the crime scene, and started blowing away evidence. Like just blowing it away, just blowing it all away. It's blood. Why are you destroying evidence? Why are you leaf blowing what you're about to put in these cups? I don't understand. I don't get it. Shenanigans. But thank you so much, Keyshawn. Hush says, we collected the casings out of fear Rocky's crew would go back and find them, and that would make it harder. Relli really wanted that lawsuit money. He thought Rocky would settle, and Rocky said no. Rocky said no. Rocky with the lotion and the TP next to the bed said, hell no. I keep a gun behind my headboard. You think we're gonna go to the cops? Crazy. Ballsy move. I wonder if he was dating Riri around that time. 2022? How long have they been dating? They probably had to go to Riri's house. Like, you're gonna take where you at? Did you bring Riri to your room? Looking like that? Can y'all imagine Rihanna in a room like that? I don't know. Interesting. Are there lesser charges? Great question, Ryan. I don't think so. It's just the 2 assault charges right now. It's just the 2 assault charges. So we'll see what happens after they return. And they were supposed to return about 4 minutes ago. They're always late. Let me just double check to make sure that we're current in the feed. They're always late. But great question, Ryan. JC, right? Oh, Paint and Sound says, where's the ballistics when you need them? It's going to be in our last witness of the day. Going to be in our last witness of the day. Miss Texas Cannon says, I'm thinking about going to law school in 2026. You should consider it. And shout out to Kelly Kell. She reminded me to update my description box. I have a website, guys. It's called av7digital.com. If you are thinking of law school, you don't know what the process is, I actually do consultations for people that are thinking of it. And like I guide you through the process, like everything you need to do, because it is a little bit of a process. One, you need a bachelor's degree. Then you need to take the law school entrance exam, which is a whole big thing that you got to get ready for, because you can't get into law school without having that score, right? And then once you apply to it, you get your score. You can actually go to a school that might give you a little bit of a scholarship depending on how high your score is. So you could save some money. I saw earlier, is Trump trying to get rid of the Department of Education? I said, why? Damn. I heard he's trying to get rid of the Department of Education. I saw that earlier. I said, what did they do to you? Like I get like fixing everything. But what is the nice people that the teachers, like what's going on?
I'm okay with that.
No, not like that. But thank you. Thank you.
All right, before we go on the record, someone involved.
Yeah, Jesus. Teacher says support the teachers. Oh, he did have Trump University at one point. I forgot about that. I really forgot about that. Miss Texas Cannon, this is what I was telling you about. Gail is amazing. Gail, can we just give Gail some flowers today? Can y'all type Gail in the chat? The #1 moderator on YouTube. There are people on this platform that are good, but you gotta be like Gail good, where she just reads my mind. She's amazing. Y'all type Gail in the chat. She's
Flores
great.
is on the stand, and I believe you wanted to read one more stipulation.
Yes, so I had a stipulation. Stipulation number 3, regarding surveillance video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard business. The stipulation is that LAPD Detective Frank Flores, Carlos Camacho, and Luis Rivia, along with LAPD Technical Investigation Division Technician Harry Luton, downloaded surveillance video from the security office at the property management company for the business located at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The security office maintains security cameras on Argyle Avenue and on El Centro Avenue. The video was originally recorded between 10 p.m. on November 6, 2021 and 1 a.m. on November 7, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The system, video, date, and timestamp are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than the actual time. You can simulate.
So stipulated by the press?
Yes. Yeah, I said, we have spoken before.
Yes,
That is,
we have.
you know, the witness stand, that preliminary hearing in November of 2023, right?
Correct.
By the way, let's just start out where you finished off. We had some questions about when you personally were made aware of, one of the issues raised by the defense of Mr. Mayor's being in possession of a prop gun. And you said it was fairly recently before the trial started, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you never spoke to Mr. Mayor's from the day of the incident until today.
Correct.
All right. You never spoke to 12E from the day of the incident until today.
Correct.
All right. You never spoke to Lou Levin from the day of the incident, correct?
Correct.
All right. You certainly don't know what Mr. Mayor Rocky has told his attorneys.
Let's go cross.
I'm not aware.
And of course, you know, there's no depositions in criminal cases, correct?
Correct.
So basically what you're being asked are questions related to discovery and disclosure
It's Taco Tuesday, Taco Pina.
in a criminal case, correct?
Yes.
Oh, all right. One second. All right, sir. So you were assigned to investigate this case, I think it was November 9th
November 9th.
of 2021, along with detectives Macho and Matthew, correct?
Correct.
And you've been sitting here in court every day at trial watching everybody else.
For the most part, yes.
For the most part, yeah. And as the detective assigned to this case, you're familiar with all the police reports generated in connection with this case.
Yes.
And because police reports are relied on at hearings and trials like this one, as a case detective, you want to ensure that those reports are as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes, I mean, they are a summary of the information gathered. But there are other parts of the information that's gathered to go along with that, recordings, interviews, stuff like that, but it's a summary.
Sure. But you want that summary to be as accurate as possible. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And as a case detective, you spoke with other officers with knowledge about this case as part of your investigation.
Yes, we did.
And obviously,
Come on, law and crime. Don't do this to us right now. It's late today.
for example, you reviewed and retrieved the video recordings pertaining to this incident.
Correct.
Some of which we talked about and just seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. 1616 East Del Mar is one, right?
Yes.
6200 Hollywood is Hollywood Boulevard.
Yes,
Hollywood Boulevard and others? Yes, sir.
correct.
And you retrieved the Vista Del Mar video on November 9th, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay, and the Hollywood Boulevard video, I think it was a few weeks later, November 18th?
I believe that is correct.
Now, on November 8th, 2021, law enforcement received 2 9mm Luger shell casings from Mr. Efron.
Correct, per the initial crime report, yes.
Yes. And those shell casings were submitted to the fingerprint analysis lab about 2 weeks later on November 21st, 2020.
I believe that's when they were tested, yes.
You're familiar that the fingerprints can typically be left behind on bullets when they're touched and loaded in a firearm, right?
There is always a possibility anything that's touched can leave a fingerprint
That is correct. Yes.
trace behind.
Come on, Taco Pina.
So the answer is yes, they can, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the latent print lab, the LAPD latent print lab unit completed its fingerprint analysis of those 2 shell casings on November 23rd, 2020.
That sounds correct.
And after examining the casings provided by Mr. Efron, law enforcement lifted exactly 0 fingerprints off them, correct?
That's right. 0 points for the.
So there were no fingerprints of anyone on those shell casings.
That's correct.
On April 20th of 2022, so we're fast forwarding a little bit, you secured a search warrant to obtain DNA swabs from Mr. Ayers.
Correct. That was included in the search warrant for that date that it was executed.
Right. And in order to obtain that search warrant, you swore to a judge that DNA from Mr. Ayers was clearly necessary for analysis for probable cause purposes as well as evidential purposes.
Yes, to include potential evidence that could be in custody or that could be collected at some point during the investigation. A comparison can be made. If any evidence that we have or collect along the way can be compared to.
Correct. And after getting the search warrant for Mr. Mayer's DNA, you took samples of his saliva on April 20th, 2022.
Yes, as part of that arrest, there were samples taken.
Right. And although you affirmed that DNA was clearly necessary as part of the case, law enforcement never submitted anything for DNA analysis in this case.
Correct. We didn't collect or have anything further to compare it to. At least it was correct.
The alleged altercation between Mr. Efron and Mr. Mayers took place on November 6, 2021, around 10:17 p.m.
Come on, law and crime. It's getting good. Don't do this. Oh my God. No. Okay. So no DNA. They took samples of Rocky's DNA and it was never freaking used at all. I mean,
altercation
I don't
lasted
get
about
it.
25 seconds. That whole thing.
Roughly.
According to you, based on your knowledge from the investigation and your review of the videos in this case, after leaving the scene of the altercation at around 10:17, Mr. Efron initially claimed he returned to the scene at around 11:09 p.m.
Can we object as to, vague as to what he's talking about when Mr. Efron did this?
Then on accuracy, 11:09, okay, a minute.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure about the exact time, but I think he roughly said within an hour of the incident.
Would you agree it's somewhere around the events of that time, 11:09?
Very vague as to what he's.
Okay, go to the preliminary hearing or just read the question and answer.
Object to proper impeachment.
I'm trying not to be.
I don't see it as being impeached. Why don't you tell him, just clarify what it was that.
Mr. Efron told you 52 minutes more later, he came back to the scene, correct?
I don't recall him saying the exact time, but I do recall him saying roughly within an hour after the initial incident.
And you got that from watching the videos, correct?
On first review, yes, that's what I believe. So it's consistent.
And I understand your testimony is now changed to say you don't think it's in, but initially, you certainly thought that person we saw was in
Yes.
at 11:09, right?
Yes, that was my belief.
Okay. And to you, at least, that was Mr. Efron in the videos.
That was my belief because it was consistent with the time frame that he provided.
Right, it was consistent with what Mr. Efron told law enforcement.
Correct, within the hour estimate.
Okay. And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Efron initially said it was him, you believe it was him initially, leaves the scene at 11:11 p.m., 2 minutes later.
Roughly.
The first part of this question is SuperThanks, not evidence.
No, it's not good evidence.
Sorry, stop, read the question back.
Stop. I love when he says that.
And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Efron initially said it was him. Let me read it again.
I can approach her and try not to speak in objection.
I frankly don't remember what you said.
You are so comfortable. I'm not really mad, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying initially he said it was him, that's what my question was. I know now it's changed, Mr. Efron, okay. But initially, he said it was him. So whoever that person was, I started my question out with. Who Mr. Efron initially said was him, left the scene 2 minutes later.
You're just
I don't know
sad.
if it's evidence or not. I can't remember every single.
You just said it.
I would change the objection to being argumentative. If he wants to ask, did that person leave within 2 minutes? I have no problem with that.
Oh, no.
You need the argumentative part getting to that question.
Oh no, like this judge is trying to retire. He's just tired. He's tired. He's trying to retire. It's almost 4 o'clock. He's ready to go home. You guys, y'all want to fight right now? The judge is like, I don't remember what was just said. Hey, court reporter, could you read that back? What was just said? Let's go back, guys, just so that we can see that interaction again. But the judge is tired. He is sleepy. He does not want to be there. Like you can, he's frustrated. Let's go back to the question that Taco Pina asked, hear the objection, and watch the judge in this take.
To you, at least, that was Mr. Efron in the videos.
That was my belief because it was consistent with the time frame that he provided.
Right, it was consistent with what Mr. Efron told law enforcement.
Correct, within the hour estimate.
Okay. And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Efron initially said it was him, you believe it was him initially, leaves the scene at 11:11 p.m., 2 minutes later.
Roughly.
The first part of this question is SuperThanks, not evidence.
No, it's not good evidence.
Sorry, stop, read the question back.
And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Efron initially said it was him. Let me read it again.
I can approach her and try not to speak in objection.
I frankly don't remember what you said.
You are so comfortable. I'm not really mad, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying initially he said it was him, that's what my question was. I know now it's changed, Mr. Efron, okay. But initially, he said it was him. So whoever that person was, I started my question out with. Who Mr. Efron initially said was him, left the scene 2 minutes later.
I don't know if it's evidence or not. I can't remember every single.
You just said it.
I would change the objection to being argumentative. If he wants to ask, did that person leave within 2 minutes? I have no problem with that. But we don't need the argumentative part getting to that question.
You know, I'm not. Hold on a second, I can do this easy. Did Mr. Efron initially say that was him?
I don't recall if he used those words exactly. I believe he made a comment that may have indicated that, but.
Well, for instance, you were here when he testified at this trial.
Correct.
Do you remember when he said at this trial from the jury that he was sure that was him?
Yes.
Okay. So, just a week ago, or a few days ago, Mr. Efron said that was him, correct?
Correct.
So whoever that person was, That person that Mr. Efron swore it was him to this jury initially, left 2 minutes later.
Roughly within 2 minutes, that person left.
Objection to the front? That's raised?
Yes.
And to be clear, you observed all the video footage that was recovered in this case.
Yes.
So if that is not, in your position, it's not Mr. Efron, at least you don't think it's Mr. Efron. Based on your testimony today, you have absolutely no video showing Mr. Efron ever returning to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Now, amongst the video you reviewed in this case was a body cam footage, one by officers at the scene who responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
You watched that? Yes, sir?
Yes.
And you are aware, before Mr. Efron or whoever that person was returned to the scene 52 minutes later, law enforcement had arrived.
Yes.
And certainly before, if Mr. Efron returned to the scene, certainly before Mr. Efron returned to the scene, law enforcement had arrived.
Correct.
And the police arrived at the scene about 18 minutes after the incident.
Yes, roughly.
Okay. And there were at least 7 officers there.
Yes.
And while they were at the scene of the incident, 18 minutes after it ended, at least 7 officers were canvassing the area.
Yes. They are walking in and about the area of Selma and this is the one.
And you saw them on the video searching the area of the open
Yes. Adjacent parking lot, yes.
using the flashlights,
Correct.
looking on the ground. You saw them.
Yes.
I know you know this answer, I'm going to ask it that way. You know law enforcement did not cover any casings in this case, correct?
Correct. The officer who responded did not find or recover any case.
But that's crazy. Why is it that 7 police officers with flashlights that are there at the scene, that's what doesn't add up about this? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Today is day 7 of the trial. And, AV to the 7th power, I have a thing for 7s, right? 7. Not one of those police officers recovered the shell casings, but Relli recovered the shell casings. How? And then it's like Tacopina's asking him valid questions. Why didn't they find it? These are your brother officers. How does it make sense? Oh.
No officers ever recovered any shell casings.
No.
Right?
No. You're asking from the radio call, the officer who responded initially? No.
Yes. Or any other police officers recovered any cases from the scene?
Only the officer at the front desk that who took the casings.
Yeah, no, my question was from the scene.
Okay, no, not from the scene.
In fact, they didn't locate any sign of shooting, correct?
Correct. Other than the radio call.
Right. But that's a call. And you heard Officer Zizzo testify, I think it's Sergeant Zizzo now. You heard him testify. A lot of people make calls or they can be just interpreting things, correct? You heard that.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of reasons. Sometimes people are just don't stick around after.
But in any event, you do agree that the officers who arrived 18 minutes later didn't locate any sign of shooting.
That's correct.
And despite that, as shown on the video, after the police left and Mr. Efron returned to the scene, he supposedly located the shell casings by himself without a flashlight within minutes.
Well, yes. Why isn't that on camera? We don't have that on camera at all, detective? To verify that this guy actually came back to the scene, all those businesses that you went to, all the whole path on the map. Can we check, run the tape back to see if Relli actually went back? Because it's his word. He showed up. He went to the police, and it's just like, And they just took the case. Like, did anybody verify anything? Just verify it. Like, and look at Officer Gullible here, Detective Gullible. Yeah, that's what happened. Like, no one double checked. That's just what it is. You have I'm on one today already. Shout out to Toker Badass who gifted you guys 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Toker. And what's the name of the pup in the picture? Let us know. Like, Luna has brethren out here, we like to keep our pups together. What is the dog's name? Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. If you got a membership from Toker Badass, say thank you. Say thank you. All right, let's go back to this look. Because again, sometimes I like to hit pause because this is a look of somebody that got shenanigans.
I believe he said he used the light on his phone and he located
Within minutes.
Yes.
You were in this courtroom when Mr. Efron testified that this individual named Twelby had a knife during this incident, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with a summary investigative report related to this case dated August 5th, 2022, sir? Yes?
Yes, I am.
And that's a collective sort of prior statements and a summary of the investigation overall.
That is specifically a filing summary.
And that's what you use to file the case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
Right. So obviously, in that report, you certainly wouldn't want there to be any accuracies, right?
Correct. It relates to the crime, yes. Correct.
That's related to the crime.
Yes, sir.
That's another good question. If Relli is saying that 12 had a knife, did y'all arrest 12? Huh. Well, look at that.
Your name is on that report, right, sir?
My name is on the report.
And what you wrote in the last line of the first page of this report, the collective statements, is that the victim observed Ulunga, meaning ASAP Hills, was armed with a knife. Did you write that?
I didn't author this report.
Okay. Is it in that report?
It is in that
Ills.
So
Hills
some
had a knife.
police officer wrote that.
Yes.
Who? Do you know?
I believe that was my partner, Detective Crunch.
Where'd he go? He used to be there, right?
He was in the back, he might be crime.
He's gone. But he was there. The guy was
Yeah,
there.
he's been here.
He's right. And it was brought to your attention during the preliminary hearing on November 20th, 2023, that this report said Mr. Efron identified ASAP Hills as the one armed with a knife. We discussed that preliminary hearing, sir.
Yes, sir.
And if you thought that report was inaccurate, you certainly could have asked for that to be changed at any point, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, but honestly, yes, that was a mistake. But the prior interviews that were recorded of Mr. Efron from the telephonic interview on the 9th and the in-person interview on December 17th, 2021, he was consistent on both interviews that the person with the knife was in fact 12. The report prepared for that August filing, there was an error and it did indicate the wrong person. That is correct.
Well, as I just asked you, if you thought that report was inaccurate, you could have asked that to change, correct?
Yes.
And you did?
No, I mean, I answered your question. I mean, the record, I think, captured through the interviews is clear what Mr. Efron said versus what our mistake was.
No, it's not my question. Did you change your report?
No, we did not generate another report. Correct.
So, you were here obviously last Tuesday, January 28th, when Mr. Efron testified on the record that he saw a knife being held after Rocky put the alleged gun away, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to the knife, Mr. Efron told police in November of 2021 that he saw the knife being held while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at him, and he was yelling at Rocky, right?
Correct. I believe that's the way it was described in that crime report.
So while Rocky's holding the alleged gun at him and pointing it at him, he's seeing a knife simultaneously.
You've seen it during that event, correct?
not during that event, while the gun is being pointed at him, correct?
That's the way it's described in the report, yes, sir.
You also heard Mr. Efron's testimony last Tuesday, January 28th, that he saw the knife being put away, and he then said, "What the F you got a knife for?" You remember that testimony last week?
Yes, sir.
And in November of 2021, Mr. Efron told the police that only after he said, "Why you got a knife," did that knife get put away. Recall that?
I don't recall that specifically, sir.
I'll show you a report.
Okay.
It's 77 in our database. It's please follow the investigation report from November 9th, 2020.
Object. Sustained, the objection is sustained.
What was it found for?
Improper, because it wasn't his report.
This is not the proper person to either refute or confirm what Relli, Efron told some other officer. So the objection is sustained. Go on, Cynthia.
Okay, I'll move on. In any event, you saw an arrest warrant on Mr. Mayor's on April 13th, 2022.
Correct, that's the date it was signed.
And to be clear, law enforcement received Mr. Efron's complaint 5 months earlier, November 8th, 2021.
When we received it, it would have been the 9th, it was, the initial report was taken on the 8th, correct?
8th or the 9th, 9th of November 2021, you guys, PD, like the station house guy, November 8th, right?
Correct.
On that same day, law enforcement received, November 8th, 2 9mm Ruger casings from Ms. Efron.
Correct.
The next day, you along with Detectives Camacho and Henry spoke to Ms. Efron again at Len.
Yes, telephonic.
By the way, that same day, November 9th, Mr. Efron told you he decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business any longer. You know what I'm saying that?
I believe the statement's the last thing.
And also on November 9th, 2021, law enforcement received surveillance video pertaining to the incident from 1616 East Belmar
Correct.
and Hollywood Boulevard on November 18th,
Yes.
6200. Yeah, on
Correct.
November 18th. And on November 10th, 2021, law enforcement obtained authorization to search T-Mobile information for Elijah Wanda or ASAP Bill's phone number.
Correct, for search warrant.
Sorry.
Yes.
And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Elijah Wanda, ASAP Bill's, his call detail records and his GPS location.
Correct.
And the GPS location data, I should say.
Yes.
And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, show that Elijah ASAP Bill's cell phone was near Selma Avenue in East Del Mar, approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th.
I believe that's correct.
And those records also show that Bill's, the chauffeur, so moving this along a little bit, ASAP Bill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayor's residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night.
Yes, so it's going after this.
In addition to law enforcement gaining access, by the way, you also gained access to Mr. Efron's cell phone, correct?
Subsequent to his arrest, the physical phone, yes.
Yes.
No.
No, Mr. Efron.
Oh, I'm sorry. Correct, he did, voluntarily.
Right. That was in November 2020.
Yes.
Correct. So you had access to his phone.
Yes, we did.
By the way, did he mention that he had deleted any messages before you had that phone?
I don't remember asking him specifically if he had.
But he volunteered.
I don't recall that it was volunteer.
particularly with the guy who was making this thing about this guy, ASAP Rocky. Did you mention they had to leave messages between them?
Correct, nothing was volunteered as far as that.
And you wouldn't know to ask that, obviously, right?
He was cooperative and provided his phone. Yeah, it was.
You wouldn't know to ask that, I said.
I wouldn't know. Right.
And the information on that phone contained Mr. Efron's communications, as far as you knew, with Mr. Mayers, with Bills, and 12.
Correct.
And as of November 2021, law enforcement had Mr. Efron's statement, 1, correct?
Correct.
Cell phone records, 2, yes.
I believe so, by that point.
Video of the incident,
Some of it is correct.
well, which video did you not have by the end of November 2021?
At the end of November, correct, I touched it November 17th, I touched.
No. So, because the last video you got on November 8th, right?
Correct.
So let's again. In the month of November 2021, you the collective police officers and law enforcement
Correct.
had Mr. Efron's statement. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You had cell phone records in this case.
Yes.
You had video of the incident.
Correct.
And you had 2 shell cases provided by Mr. Efron.
Correct.
But you still waited another 5 months until April 2022 to arrest Mr. Mayers.
Yes, I mean, there were other factors involved.
Yes or yes?
Yes.
And during those 5 months, from November 2021 until Mr. Mayer's arrest in April of 2022, law enforcement recovered nothing else, no additional evidence to use against Mr. Mayers, correct?
Correct.
In fact, during those 5 months, law enforcement never contacted 12E, never tried to find 12E or contact him, correct?
No, we were able to contact him.
There it
Did
is.
you try?
No, I'm sorry, at that point, no.
Oh my God. Tacopina strikes again. Look at that. You guys waited 5 months to arrest Rocky, right? Yeah, there were a lot of other. No, yes or no? Y'all waited 5 months? Yes. Did you ever attempt to contact 12V? A witness to this? He just said no. What about Ills? What? They are literally just taking Relli's word, not verifying anything. I mean, damn.
Okay. And you understood that 12E was present during the incident, obviously.
Correct. We understood, they were present during the whole appointment.
And obviously, he would be an important potential witness in this case.
Could be.
Who's that? Right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified as the case detective, it's your job to look for all relevant information, right?
Correct.
So to be clear, you arrested Mr. Mayers without even trying to speak to 12.
Sorry, sir.
Sustained.
Let's now move over to the house search that you conducted, okay? So this was on April 21st, you conducted the extensive search of Mr. Mayers' residence, right?
Yes, April 20th, 2022.
And during the search, aside from what we all saw, we'll get into that when we ask you about those things. You also saw boxes in his residence, right?
I'm sorry?
Boxes, like corporate boxes.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna just show you the picture of these things. You know, I guess we'll identify them as we go through the exhibit to each one.
Oh, these are not marked.
Correct.
All right, your next exhibit is W is in money.
Is it easier for you to see back there, or is it just being at it?
It's easier to see.
Yeah, okay, so you could turn around. This is W, Dorn?
Yes, W.
Okay. That's one of the photos you see. Vince packed in cardboard boxes there.
Correct.
Did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was in the process of a move this morning?
I was not aware that he was in the process.
How about the next one is? That would be defense.
X, as an X-ray.
see those boxes there?
Yes, I do.
By the way, can I go back to the last photo, the W, I think? Those cardboard boxes that you see in this photo, did you search those?
The closed boxes, no.
I'm gonna just look for it. I know you said yes. Those boxes. Did you say- Oh, closed boxes.
Yes,
Oh, I thought
sealed
you said
boxes.
closed, okay, closed. Closed boxes, sealed, okay. So you did not search those?
No.
Okay, next, please. No, the other one's
There is,
okay, this one too.
if this is Rocky's house, this is just very interesting. I think I just saw a nutcracker. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, there's a nutcracker. It's right there. Let me move the caption. See is that a nutcracker? Why does Rocky have this stuff in his house? I mean, this is very invasive. Like, the public gets to see what he has in his house. Great. It's a nutcracker. It's just sitting there. Like, it's just random. I don't know. It's not the nutcracker. The nutcracker, it's right there in the corner. It's just sitting there ready to crack nuts. What's going on? Rocky, why do you have this in your house? Sorry, guys, a Boston accent pops out when really funny things happen. Why is there a nutcracker? And it was April. It wasn't Christmas. It's just there. Not the nutcracker. Let's go back in.
No, the other one's okay, this one too. Did you search any of those bags or boxes there?
I don't recall going through them myself. I know the rooms that were gone through.
I'm sorry?
I did not go through that room myself. I don't recall going through that room. But I know each room was searched by part of the team.
So if that room was searched and those boxes were searched, would there be a report on that?
If there was anything, again, found relative to the investigation, items that we were highlighted or listed, yes.
Well, you agree that those sealed boxes obviously weren't searched, right?
Correct.
The next one, please, which will be defense.
Why, as in young?
Why is young? Same thing here. Why is young? That's what's when that box wasn't searched right there.
And there's a pot.
Next.
Like, there's a panella right there in the middle. Like, there's a pot just randomly. I don't know what's happening at Rocky's house.
Seasoned zebra.
Seasoned zebra. Those suitcases, were they opened and searched, do you know?
I don't recall specifically from my memory.
Next.
AA, Adam.
AA. Same question.
Correct.
Sealed boxes were not opened and searched, correct?
Correct.
Is that it? One more.
BB.
There's a lot of stuff going on. I got to come up with a little bit. A lot of colors and a lot of things there, but any of these sealed boxes that you see in the photo there?
No, sir.
They were not searched. And during the search, law enforcement did not recover a 9mm firearm, correct?
That's correct.
You did recover a 9mm, Glock 9mm magazine,
That's correct.
and it was full, correct?
Yes, it was to capacity, 6 rounds.
Did you ever take the prints off of that magazine?
No.
You never printed that magazine?
No.
You were capable of doing that, correct?
Yes, sir. Since it came from his bedroom, I didn't have it processed.
Okay. And there were 6 Sig Luger 9mm cartridges, right?
In the magazine?
Yeah, in
Yes.
the magazine, right? The 9mm cartridges were not loose or anything,
No.
they're inside that magazine. And that 9mm magazine, those 6 cartridges in the box, they were found in the box containing other magazines and other cartridges that were not 9mm.
That's correct.
We showed the pictures. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to show you real quickly something that you've already seen, but You may have seen it too then. Just the pictures of the 2 shell casings recovered by Mr. Efron and the 6 shell cases recovered inside the magazine.
Okay.
So the ones on the left there, or say C. You see those?
This is the defense exhibit?
It is, right?
Okay, this is gonna be CC, Charlie.
Okay, CC, right.
Okay, here's the shells. Shells time.
So the ones on the left, right there, so yes, those are the SIG Luger 9mm cartridges.
Yes, these are the live rounds that were recovered from the magazine and contained within the magazine.
Okay. And those are different cartridges, obviously, the brand of the one on the right is what's called FC or Federal.
Yeah, FC Luger.
Right.
On the right are the spent casings.
Right. And SIG is the other one.
And the live rounds are SIG, I'm sorry, SIG.
6 Sauer?
6 Sauer Luger.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay. You also recovered, was it 2 rifle magazines as well?
Correct.
As part of your investigation, you learned that Mr. Mayers was licensed to possess firearms. As part of your investigation, did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was licensed to carry firearms?
Objection, calls for yes or no.
Ah.
Nothing I can confirm, but I heard he did.
You did, okay. And
Ashley, you were right. Ashley, you were spot on. Ashley says that looks more like a storage house, different seasons, furniture, art, clothing. Yeah, I mean, like that's why I was pointing out like some of the random just knickknacks and paddywhacks, like, you know, just all over the place, like a pot just sitting on a chair. You know, we saw a nutcracker. Shout out to Slim Delgado, you know, like, I don't know. It does look like a storage home. But here's the thing. Tacopina just caught him because it's like, hey, did you verify that he actually even occupied the place that you searched? Don't look like you did. Just saying.
those 2.
Anything after nothing I could confirm as being non-responsive.
Sustain, the answer's true.
And
Calls for yes.
the 2, the one gun, the what was it called? You know the name of that 44 Magnum? Desert Eagle. That was Mr. Mayers. That was registered to Mr. Mayers.
Correct.
Right, registered to Mr. Mayers.
Yes.
Object is again, calls for yes or no.
Overruled.
And the rifle was also registered to Mr. Mayers.
Second objection.
Overruled. That's correct.
Okay. Meaning legally registered to him, correct?
Yes, all those weapons are registered.
And the other weapon, gun, whatever you call it, that was recovered was the shotgun.
It's a shot.
And that was registered to an individual named Lou Levin.
I don't remember who specifically was registered to, but it was a legal.
It was a legal weapon.
Correct.
Also, all 3 were legal weapons.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, that shotgun was given back to its rightful owner before he left the scene, correct?
I don't recall that Mr. Levin took it. That's just my recollection.
Okay, it's okay. Well, what would refresh your recollection?
I don't know if there's anything, obviously, Mr. Levin took possession of the house when we left. He took charge of the house, and what he removed after that, I'm not aware of.
Okay. I'm talking about what he removed, I'm talking about what you removed. You removed the 2 guns registered to Mr. Mayers, correct?
No.
You're saying you left them in the house?
Yes,
You sure about that?
yes,
So you left those 2, the Magnum and the rifle in the house?
yes.
And obviously the shotgun you left there as well?
Yes, those are all legal weapons. And
All legal
not part of what our search warrant encompasses.
Okay, okay.
Oh my God. Don't talk about Arnold.
By the way, you never asked Mr. Efron if he had firearms back in November of 2020.
Fire, get to the chopper now. Come on, what are you doing? Fire.
I don't recall asking him. I do recall making inquiries as far as runs or checks. And I don't recall finding any guns registered to him during that period of time.
We're on the read for preliminary hearing, page 271, lines 2 to 4.
What purpose is this for?
Impeachment, you just said, don't full ask.
It would be, it's not impeachment, it's a refresh.
Okay, refresh on that.
Just volume 1 or volume 2?
Volume
What's the page?
Page 271, your honor, lines 2 through 4.
Did you set the floor testify?
Sir, yes. Of course.
What line?
2 through 4.
Fair game. It's fair game.
No. You were asked by
We
the,
follow it up if you want.
did you ever ask Mr. Efron if he had firearms back in 2021? Answer, not specifically. Now, you were here the other day when it was revealed that Mr. Efron was at a firing range in Los Angeles in October, late October 2021, correct?
Correct.
By the way, the search of the house had 21 officers, more or less.
More or less.
When you spoke to Mr. Efron on November 9th, 2021, Mr. Efron told you that he believed he was grazed on his left hand knuckle area.
Objects to facts and non-negatives. Not talk to one.
I'm sorry? He did not lie?
You have to inquire whether he said that. You're saying when the detective spoke to him, it assumes that that's what Efron said. So ask him if Efron said that.
Okay, this is short.
I know.
Okay. So on November 9th, 2021, did Mr. Efron tell you that he believed he was grazed on his left knuckle area?
Yes.
And despite supposedly being grazed by a bullet on November 6, 2021, Mr. Efron did not seek medical attention until returning to New York.
That's my understanding, yes.
And even though Mr. Efron waited to fly across country to receive medical treatment, obviously there are hospitals in Los Angeles that could have treated him, his injury, whatever it was.
Yes, sir.
The fact is, Mr. Efron only went to the hospital after Detective Menifee on November 9, 2021, during a phone call, told him that he needs to go get medical attention or medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay, Your Honor, there's a tape in evidence that I'll play a portion of. We have the clip.
I would object, it's hearsay.
In evidence.
The jury's already heard. So
It's evidence.
technically, it is hearsay. Go on to something else. The jury's already heard it. You can play it in final argument.
Okay, did you hear it? Did you hear it?
I remember the comment, I remember that line of questioning, and I think I made a comment prior to that as well.
Okay.
And I think in the context that he was making a comment about his injury, and I think I also suggested he should get it looked at, and I think that's when Detective Menifee also made your statement.
Her statement was that he needs to go get medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
I believe that's the context.
And with regard to his statements, Mr. Efron first reported this incident to the police. Again, just to be clear, 2 days later, November 8, 2021.
Correct.
He didn't call 911.
No.
Didn't go to the police on November 6, 2021.
That's correct.
Waited 2 days before reporting to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And when he did finally walk to a police station in Los Angeles to report it to law enforcement, he did so in person with his attorney, Brian Hurwitz.
Yes.
And you were here last week when Mr. Efron testified on cross-examination that he did not recall telling law enforcement that he told his attorney, Brian Hurwitz, who told him to retrieve the shell casings from the scene. Were you here, sir?
Object is to evidence.
Were you here when he said that?
I believe I was.
But when Mr. Efron reported the incident to the police, he did, in fact, make that claim, correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called attorney Brian Hurwitz, and that Mr. Hurwitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings. Do you remember that? Sure.
Read it back, please.
But when Mr. Efron reported the incident to the police, he did in fact make that claim, correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called attorney Brian Horowitz, and that Mr. Horowitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings.
Wait. So Relli doesn't go to the police. He doesn't go to the hospital. His lawyer, Relli's lawyer, told Relli to go back and get the shell casings. The lawyer told him to do that. And then we discover that once Relli comes to the police station with his lawyer, the police are like, Relli, you got to go to the hospital. You didn't go get that checked out? What the hell? Like, you know, but at the same time, these guys are not verifying a lot of stuff. And this is a detective. This is not a uni. This is not somebody that's just in uniform. This is a detective, not checking or verifying things. Interesting. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. We still have the video where Rocky's on video, but there are certain parts of this where I wonder how the jury is going to perceive it.
He told you that Brian Hurwitz, his attorney, instructed him to return to the scene to retrieve the cell casings, correct?
I'm trying to recall the exact context. I know he made several calls and he was given advice to go back. I don't remember the sequence of phone calls with Mr. Hurwitz.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection. I'm going to show you your report. Okay. 75 is the August 5th, 2022.
Is this the first page?
Second page.
22, so weird, but.
Yeah. I haven't trouble seeing this.
Shout out to Ellen. I just got your PayPal, Ellen. That is interesting. I have to find that clip.
I'm gonna object as to who we approach.
Anything can be used to refresh recollection.
Your Honor, you've already ruled, so that's my issue. I don't want to do a speaking section, if you want to, we just briefly approach.
Yes.
Lucky for us, we have TiVo time. Let's see. They're approaching. Hopefully, I don't waste all of it. There we go.
This part here. Processes. Detective, having read that, does it refresh your recollection that Mr. Efron mentioned that he was told by his attorney to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the gun case?
Yes, that's not what that even says, Your Honor. And you read it.
You want to read it? You just said yes, first of all. That's exactly.
The answer yes? The answer is yes. Go on to subject. The objection's overruled.
Okay. You and Detective Manfrey eventually interviewed Mr. Efron's attorney, Brian Hurwitz, on March 22nd.
Check you all, please.
Sustained.
In any event, law enforcement secured Mr. Efron's phone records from the night of the incident, November 6, 2021.
Correct.
And the incident happened at 10:17 p.m. That's I think we established 25 seconds more or less. Sir?
Yes, roughly from one incident to the second incident to the end.
And as you say, Mr. Efron, an individual returned to the scene at 11:09, correct?
Correct, based on the video camera.
Based on the video camera. And you'd agree, by the way, that Mr. Efron's phone records do not show a single call between him and Brian Hurwitz between 10:17 and 11:09.
Not that I recall, no, sir.
And in fact, Mr. Hurwitz's phone number, which in one of your reports, I'm not going to say it out loud here, appears in Mr. Efron's phone records on November 10th, 2021 at 12:19 p.m. LA time.
I'm not sure about the exact date.
Check this as well.
So,
I'm not exactly sure about the date and time of that first call with Mr. Horowitz on that line.
okay. So you want to stick with it, then you can show a report. Other time.
I want to, you know, for sure.
Want to use report 105, please? Let's just see if I can speed this along. Do you remember, in search of Mr. Efron's phone records, there not being a call to Mr. Hurwitz until a few days later?
I recall some point after. Yes. Correct.
All right, that's, you know, that's fine.
At least directly, that show up directly.
Right. But certainly not on November 6th, going into the morning, November 7th.
Again, nothing directly.
Directly as opposed to indirectly.
Like a three-way call, somebody, three-way to call, anything like that.
Did you see any indication of three-way call on the phone records?
I don't know that it would necessarily reflect three-way calls, just a direct call to somebody. But again, not that I'm aware of until after.
Well, did you see any calls between time of 10:17 and 11:09, for example? Ms. Efron's phone?
I don't recall seeing any calls between that time.
As detective, you agree, when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement moving evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right?
Correct.
Because that could tamper with and hinder your investigation.
It can.
Now,
Then what do you call this? What do you call this?
you interviewed, Mr. Efron's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
You never took Ms. Parker's phone?
No.
Okay. So therefore, obviously, you never examined it to see what texts or calls have been made from it.
Not from her phone physically, no.
You said you saw the videos in this case,
Yes.
all of them.
Yes.
You never saw a video with Ms. Parker returning to the scene.
None that were collected. No.
And I want to ask a question, but I'm not one more out of the court's ruling, and it's a question that would be prejudicial to them if I asked it and you.
All right, why don't you come on up, off the record, let me know what it is.
Yeah.
We have TiVo time, so we're gonna skip ahead. This is an off-the-record conversation. They're back.
You saw that, I think we discussed, I don't know if Mr. Pozzolo played it for you, but the in-person interview with Mr. Efron in December of 2021, where you showed the video of what was initially him returning to the scene. You saw that here?
Correct.
Okay. And when he was watching the video, he said initially that was him, correct?
Yes, that's what, I mean, he indicated by the form of the question. You're talking about the interview on December 17th?
The interview on December 17th regarding the person returning at 11:09.
Correct.
Yes, that was him, right?
That was, again, what he was indicating in the form of his questioning.
You heard Mr. Efron's testimony regarding that and the evolution of that belief. He first testified here before the jury that that was him. Mr. Pozzolo asked him if he was sure that that was him. You recall that, and then he subsequently changed to that's not.
It's not like that's saying to the word, sustain to the word evolution.
Changed, which I thought was a synonym for evolution, changed into it wasn't. You saw that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Efron say his girlfriend was there, but he then said maybe she was in the parking lot. You remember him saying that?
Correct.
Meaning that may be the reason why she's not on video?
Correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Pozzolo asked him about the clothes being different, like he did with you just now. You remember what Mr. Efron initially said?
Objection relevance and hearsay.
He was just asked on the record.
I don't recall his exact response.
Remember him saying, I'm sure that was me, but I probably went and changed my clothes? You remember testifying to that?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, it's okay.
He did say that. I remember.
During your in-person interview with Mr. Efron on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayor's video he had done, right?
Yes.
Because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do.
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? Mr. Efron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he said was, I don't know why.
The first part of the question is argumentative. Excuse me, the first part of the question is argumentative, the second part is not. Repeat the question back.
What was just on that one?
Oh,
Not for argument.
When you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? Mr. Efron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he
Yeah, all
said,
right.
That part.
That part about Efron couldn't give
You
a.
get what I understand.
Ask the question again.
I'm gonna ask it again. When you asked Mr. Efron, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? What he said was he didn't know why.
Correct.
With respect to the video recovered in this case, which you've seen the image of Mr. Mayers holding an object, which according to you appears to be a gun. You agree, without having that object, you cannot help that it's an operable gun, correct?
On the first incident,
Yes, sir.
yes,
On the video where you see Mr. Mayers holding what appears to be a gun.
correct. On the parking structure, the first video camera, yes. I mean, without it, anything else appearing on that video, other than him holding what I believe to be a handgun, I cannot determine whether or not that's an operational gun or acquirable gun, correct.
And with regard to the video incident, after reviewing the footage captured from 16 Vista Del Mar, that law enforcement prepared a document entitled Video Download Information Summary. Remember that?
Yes.
And in that document, law enforcement described what it could observe in the footage. Which one? Here's their own. Here's. You prepared a document describing what you could observe in the video footage, correct?
Correct. Notes that kind of detail what specifically can timestamp at certain points of different angles, angle per angle, and then obviously looking at everything collectively from all the angles together.
And for example, what you saw appeared to be a struggle on the street at 2217.
Correct.
Specifically, what that video shows is Mr. Efron apparently struggling with Hills, they said Hills.
Yes.
And you also detailed approximate distances observed within the video, right?
Roughly.
And you listed various times of various events seen on the video.
Correct.
You described that as a subject, you described that a subject was in a dark colored jacket or sweater.
Correct.
In preparing the report, obviously you want to document anything that you observed on the video which was considered important with respect to the case.
Yeah, just give it a rough timestamp of what the events took place and give it a holistic view at the end of which we can look at all the pieces together and tell the story.
But in the report, you didn't want to leave anything important out.
Well, again, these are just notes to mark timestamps. So yes, what I thought was important relative to that frame.
And clearly, as part of the investigation you did before us, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in your summary, correct?
Again, sir, it's collectively, I mean, that's part of A, where the incident began, where we observed it on, B, where the struggle took place, and you can see various individuals running in different directions. And then as we move up, collectively, we see the next video with sound, where we can hear the gunshots. I mean, it's collectively, not just one piece.
Okay, so let me just make sure you understood my question.
Okay.
Again.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Clearly, as part of the investigation, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in a summary. Yes?
Yes.
That's it. But that summary that you have, by the way, certainly does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
I mean, not from that angle, it's documented what can actually be observed from that angle, which is, I mean, the view is fuzzy. It gives you an overview of the motion that's going on. But again, pieced together with everything else, it's.
But that document, that summary does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
Correct. It does not.
In fact, that summary does not even document that a gun was observed in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar.
Correct, that first angle, correct.
So you agree there's, in the video, from the video, there's no evidence in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar that an actual gun was being discharged, correct?
Judge, video speaks for itself.
Nothing that I could observe in detail that I can see as a gun. Again, it's in frame with everything else, maybe.
Well, here's my question.
Correct.
These are, my question.
All right.
All right? Almost done. You agree from the 1616 Visa Del Mar video. That's that video. The one that shows the whole struggle and all the fuzzy stuff, right? You'd agree that there is no evidence from that video of an actual gun being discharged, correct?
Correct, from that view by itself, no.
The sequence surveillance video that you put together overlaps video from the 1616 Visa Del Mar video with the audio from the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video.
Correct.
All right. And that's the People's Exhibit 15, is that right? 15, okay.
I know the judge ain't
And you did
texting.
that, right? You-
I know the judge is not texting. Look at his face. The judge was just sitting there texting. He's not even paying attention. What is this case? Oh my God.
You basically overlap the video from 1616 Visa Del Mar that had no audio, right?
Correct.
Look at him
And the
texting.
audio from 6200 Hollywood.
Correct.
And you put them together. And you agree that the 1616 Visa Del Mar video, you just said this doesn't have any sound, but the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard does.
That's correct.
So you
I know he
overlap,
ain't just called
the videos
somebody.
from each location, trying to show when the shot would have occurred during the 1616 Visa Del Mar video.
Correct.
Okay. Of course, if the overlap detected is off, even by a fraction of a second, the shot would not have occurred during the precise moment shown on the overlap 1616 Visa Del Mar video, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video, you extracted 3 sets of videos from 3 different cameras maintained by the business at that location.
Correct.
And it's been stipulated, you heard of that, we agreed
Yes.
on something. It's been agreed that the date and timestamp on the 3 cameras from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time.
That's correct.
And the reason the cameras are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time instead of the exact amount is because each camera's off from an actual time by a different amount.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's not unusual when we collect video.
That's unusual. Okay. I'm saying the reason that you're using a range of 2 to 3 minutes as opposed to 2 minutes and 4 seconds is because each of those cameras is off from actual time by a different amount.
Yes.
For instance, on camera 1, you hear the first shot at 10, 15, 53 seconds. Hold on before we play it. We have to mark this. This is a defense exhibit.
Your Honor, I'm object to see this states the stipulation.
That's what. What's there?
He's saying the video from 6200 Hollywood was off by 2 to 3 minutes. He's talking about the business, the parking lot entrance, and
Laura,
the
what
El
are you, don't, what are you to confirm? If I don't need to get involved, I don't want to get involved.
He's like, y'all figure this shit out so I can go home. I'm done. It's past 4 o'clock. Come on.
So that's what I'm saying. The 6200 Hollywood. The one that's off 2 to 3 minutes is this one. Yes. You guys didn't know it was actually. I'm not yet. I'm not.
Smile for the camera, Rocky. He's sanitizing from the bullshit. Sanitizing.
Off the record, based on what we just got here. You want us? Yeah.
Are they done for the day? I think they might be. Yeah.
The day after tomorrow, Thursday, and as close to that time as possible, we will resume Inspector Flores and have to return on Thursday. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else.
All right. Okay, guys. Well, it looks like that concludes the trial for the day. And it appears that they will be back on Thursday. When they return on Thursday, they're going to continue with this detective. So Tacopina is going to complete the cross-examination. The state has one more witness, and it's likely that we're going to see ASAP 12E on Thursday as well. This is good for all my Karen Reed people. Guess what? We got a free day tomorrow. We got a free day. That means that we can probably fit in 2 days of the trial tomorrow. We can do day 7 and day 8 together because day 8, I believe, is a shorter day. So tomorrow we can put it all together, get 2 days done, and that's perfect because Thursday morning there is a motions hearing for Karen Reed. So I can do that live, and then we can follow up with the ASAP Rocky case right after. I am really excited because seeing 12E on the stand, I wonder. And I mean, not for nothing, but this detective did a shitty job investigating the case. They pretty much just let Detective Relli take over. They didn't verify anything. It's just like, why are you doing that? So, yes, the Karen Reed trial is a mess, but we're here for it. And we're starting to get into the intricate parts. Before I had all up day 1 through day 7, and it's a rewatch, guys, because her case is coming back up on April 1st. That's why I'm trying to do 2 at the same time and keep track of all the Diddy shenanigans. Because I mean, Diddy doing that to a man. I mean, did he do it? That's T. So I'm really keeping track of that too. But the sooner we get through Karen Reed, the better. So I've been trying to do like 2 at a time, like 2 days. John is saying, who's Karen Reed? So I'm up here in Boston. There's this lady, right? She's on trial for murdering her boyfriend, who's a Boston cop. They went out for drinks. They hit a few bars. They went to like 3 or 4 bars. I do have a documentary we're working on that explains the situation a little bit better, John. But basically, it was snowing. After the 3rd bar, she drops 2nd bar with those 2 together. She drops him off at his boy's house, and they're all police officers, right? And something happened because the next morning he was found in the snow, and it looked like he was in a fight. But the police officers are trying, and nobody went outside to check on him. Karen found him the next morning with her friends. And they're trying to say that when Karen dropped him off, that she backed into him and, like he died in the snow because of the accident and she fled the scene. She was drinking too. So it's her word against his. It's actually super fascinating. Whenever I talk about the case where I'm like, oh, they collect evidence in these, I'm not playing. That's what they did in the Karen Reed case. I kid you not, they did that shit. It's wild to me. And I'm sorry, Toker, I know your daughter watches with you. But it's like they actually are trying to, it looks like a frame job. It looks like they're trying to frame Karen, but I don't know where she got the money from. She hired a top tier criminal defense team. So it's an interesting case because it looks like this one's about to wrap up, guys. So it's going to be a little quiet in the trial scene. So that's why I like to go back to older stuff and look at that until we get something new. Because YSL, I don't think is towards the end of the month, especially with, Thug trying to get his stuff back from the state. That's going to be interesting. right? And then we got Diddy in May. I don't know if it's going to be televised. I don't think so. So Karen's going to be interesting. We're ready for that. We are ready because everybody's like, hey, free Karen Reed. You know, there's cults online. Like people are like, this case is crazy. There's signs on the highway that say free Karen Reed. There's people that have signs in front of their house that say free Karen Reed. It's wild. So yeah, when I'm not streaming this, I will be streaming that, and we're gonna get ready. So if you're catching up, we've done day 1 through 7 so far, and we're gonna continue to day 30. So we're almost there. Tomorrow we'll do 7 and 8, but it's gonna be great. So if y'all want to see this tomorrow, pop on in. Thursday we will be back here with the ASAP Rocky case, and we're gonna say a prayer for Relli, dear Relli, or dear God. Please make sure that Relli doesn't post anything on the internet and he actually, takes his own advice in getting some justice, right? We pray that Relli just stays off social media. He doesn't need to talk about this case. But who knows? He wants his $30 million. Anyway, y'all have a wonderful night. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.